We are grateful to the city of Florence for allowing us these wonderful surroundings, and I'd like to invite Councilman Vannucci. Vorrei ringraziare il Comune di Firenze di permetterci di usare questo magnifico posto e vorrei invitare Assessore Vannucci per una parola di benvenuto. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, welcome to everyone, bonjour tout le monde. È un vero piacere avere un consesso di tale livello nella città di Firenze, in questo Salone dei 500 che si conferma un luogo importante, centrale nel dibattito sull'Europa, sul futuro e sul futuro dell'Europa e non soltanto dell'Europa, perché questa è la International Society of Public Law che ci fa l'onore, è la città di Firenze che è onorata di avere qui il meeting inaugurale, perché Firenze è sempre stata una città in cui si pensa e si immaginano soluzioni per il futuro. Non è un caso che l'Università Europea, l'European University Institute, sia qua e con questo istituto c'è una sinergia sempre più fruttuosa e sempre più intensa, e questo sarà assolutamente una linea guida che verrà seguita anche in futuro. Quindi è la città di Firenze, nella mia persona, ma attraverso la mia persona, nel sindaco che è assente da Firenze per motivi istituzionali, che vi fa il più caloroso benvenuto, vi fa il più caloroso augurio di buon lavoro e vi fa anche l'in bocca al lupo per questa nuova società di cui il panorama culturale e scientifico internazionale aveva assoluto bisogno. Quindi sono io che ringrazio voi e la città di Firenze che ringrazia voi per averla un'altra volta scelta per farne uno dei centri, se non il centro, del dibattito su temi che sono centrali per il nostro futuro. Grazie.
So I thank Councilman Vannucci. He reminded us that the Sala Cinquecento in which we're sitting is not only part of the history of Florence, but part of the history of Europe. And then he said some very nice things about the European University Institute and its relationship to the city of Florence, but I will not translate that. But we really feel very grateful to Councilman Vannucci and to the city of Florence for this facility. Assessore, vorremmo di nuovo ringraziarla e la città di Firenze. And now it's my pleasure to invite Sabino Cassese to open our conference, the scientific dimension. And people say X doesn't need an introduction, and then they go on to do an introduction, but I'm not going to do this. Sabino Cassese.
Thank you very much.
Why create an international learned society in the field of public law? I shall answer this question in 3 points. Why a learned society? Why an international society? Why a society in the field of public law? I start with my first question. Why a learned society? Because universities are inadequate for the continuous progress of legal scholarship. During their long history, universities throughout the world have followed cycles with high points and low points. In the Age of Enlightenment, according to Diderot, French universities hosted only useless and noisy disputes. Later, according to Ernest Renan, a famous French historian, they were places where one could not learn very much. In his Souvenirs d'enfance et de jeunesse, written in 1883, he wrote, that at the end of the 18th century, one did not go to the Sorbonne because there one could not learn much. Tocqueville, during his 2 visits to Great Britain in 1833 and 1835, found the University of Oxford to be in very poor conditions. Academies and learned societies were founded in the 17th century to remedy the decline of universities. French scholars established the so-called Société Savante. In 1603, the Accademia dei Lincei was created in Rome. In 1666, the Académie des Sciences in Paris, followed by other institutions such as the French Institute in 1795. These learned societies were subject to different degrees of institutionalization and took the place of the universities, or complemented the research and scholarly debates carried out therein. Today, in several countries, universities as research institutions are in decline as the task of teaching is gaining priority over research. It is therefore important that new venues and opportunities for scholarly discussion, comparison, and evaluation be created. The second question, why an international society? Because universities established in the Middle Ages as international institutions, I want to mention only the Licentia Ubique Docendi, which was the entitlement to teach at any other foreign university without undergoing further examinations. I say universities later became national institutions with the rise of absolutism and centralization. Some universities in the world are attempting to regain the status of international centers of culture by attracting foreign teachers and students. However, this is not enough. In the area of law, national systems are converging. Common institutions are being established, and national legal scholarships share some basic approach. Legal science, or if you prefer, culture or scholarship, cannot remain purely national. Strong national traditions were established into only a few centuries ago. The doctrine of natural law took for granted that it was possible to cross national frontiers, to trespass national borders. It is, of course, inevitable that there will be a tension between national traditions and international scientific societies that do not only compare national legal systems, but also attempt to develop a common language in the field of law. As the German professor Matthias Jerstedt has recently noticed, in der Jurisprudenz gibt es keine global scientific community. In the study of law, there is no global scientific community. And he has also added, the Legal Champions League will obviously be fully developed only in the English area. Finally, legal scholarship is no longer an isolated field, insulated from the political sphere. Law cannot be studied and analyzed without reference to any other field. On the contrary, the study of law has re-established its place in the field of social sciences and has reconstituted its links with history. It requires diversified techniques of analysis, not exclusive purist or positivistic methods, but rather methodological pluralism. These are further reasons to establish a new international learned society. I turn now to my third question, which is why an international learned society in the field of public law? Now, this question requires a longer explanation. Public law was conceived, as we know, as the branch of law most closely linked to the state. Therefore, traditionally, it was studied as a purely national product. 19th and 20th century nationalism contributed to this entirely national approach to public law. This too involved learned society consider only the German Vereinigung der deutschen Staatsrechtslehre, the Association of the German Public Law Professors, established in 1922. However, in recent years, many developments have changed this picture. First, in the area of public law, communication between legal systems is becoming the rule. There are transplants of national law. Think of the French Conseil d'État, which was transplanted in so many countries. Diffusion of legal principles. Take, for instance, the principle of proportionality. Use of foreign law by legislators and courts. Think of universal influence of the United States Supreme Court's Roe versus Wade decision. Imitation. For example, the success of the European judicial system in supranational organizations based in other continents, not in Europe, over the last few years. Second, public law increasingly consists of various different strata. Some of these are purely local or national, while some are common to all mankind. This common layer consists of unwritten and written legal principles shared by all societies. Already Montesquieu, in The Spirit of Laws, Book 19, Chapter 5, noted, I quote, that it is the business of the legislature to follow the spirit of the nation, while it is not contrary, when it is not contrary to the principles of government. The spirit of the nation must therefore adapt to the principles of the government, which are universal. Third, there are several revolving doors between public law systems. National law provides norms according to which national systems are open to a higher law. The Germans call it Völkerrechtsfreundlichkeit. International treaties or international or transnational agreements provide that national legal orders should adapt to a higher law. For example, the Treaty of the European Union. Foreign or higher laws interact with national legal orders through the so-called dialogue between courts. The combined vertical and horizontal effect of foreign or higher law is underestimated. Consider, for example, the principle of proportionality. Since it penetrated vertically into national legal orders from the EU law, with the exception of Germany, of course, it has expanded horizontally in all areas, as it was impossible to confine it only to areas which were or are directly affected by EU law. Diffusion by infection and by imitation are also underestimated. Legislators and courts use foreign law for various purposes, usually to persuade, sometimes as precedents. Judicial comparison is spreading. Imitation may be not only voluntary, but also induced. For example, through the use of indicators that rank the attractiveness of different legal systems for doing business, such as the World Bank well-known Doing Business initiative. Fourth, public law scholars are ever less embedded within the legal system of their country alone. They become aware that public law scholarship is not and cannot be only national. Is it possible that the law of thermodynamics is the same everywhere in the world, yet public law is necessarily different in different countries? Is it true that a chemist studies subjects that are universal, that a sociologist or a political scientist studies subjects that are either universal or national, and that a public law scholar studies subjects that are intrinsically and necessarily only national? Are there not common structures, a basic common grammar of public law? It is therefore advisable to refrain from studying each legal system in isolation and to recognize rather that frontiers have become porous. A common reaction to these developments is that the quest for similarities and divergences among nations is the task of the comparative scholar. A more sophisticated reaction is that the public law scholar should himself become a comparatist. And this view, as you know, was shared by those who established the International Association of Constitutional Law in 1981, as can be seen from the documents on its history, which have been published in 2013 in the Revue Française de Droit Constitutionnel. I believe that it is time to transcend legal comparison. Foreign, transnational, supranational, and global law play an important role which can be either persuasive or normative. Legal systems are open or porous, as I said before. Treaties and agreements abolish barriers to money transfers and to trade, and money and trade are instrumental to the transplant of legal institutions. Legislators derive, so to say, inspiration from comparison and adjust national legal systems to the institutions prevailing in the most developed nations. National courts establish links with foreign legal orders by means of comparison. Legal scholarship is not bound to a nationalistic approach. Comparative law experts may not only study comparison, but also suggest or advise on the basis of comparison. Comparison is therefore not a pure intellectual effort to gain knowledge of each other. It can assume a practical, normative function. As a consequence, legal scholarship can proceed from legal comparison to truly comparative law, Comparison establishes a transnational legal discourse, and comparative legal scholarship acts as a merchant of law. Finally, comparison becomes a source of law with donor countries and receptor countries. This legal import-export has given rise to quite a few problems. The establishment of a market for standardized legal items plays the role of a global institutional reservoir with international consultants ready to prepare the right recipe for every legal order, and national legal reformers acting as scholars of comparative law and, in the meantime, agents of change. Higher law and foreign law are both flexible as compared to national law, although in different measures. They often require selection, interpretation, reinterpretation, and contextualization. All these operations may be subject to different degrees of manipulation and rebranding. An institution changes if it is transplanted in a different environment. The interactions between transplanted and national institutions is a subject of the greatest interest. To understand and study the interaction between context and implanted institutions, the lawyers must ignore the usual purist or positivistic approach, in which lawyers must use only a purely legal method. These, in conclusion, are all good arguments in favor of the establishment of a new international learned society in the field of public law. Now, the music. Thank you.
Before I invite Jeremy Waldron, a few words about the society and the conference. I suppose, having listened to Sabino, it's kind of moving from the sublime to the ridiculous. But so, first of all, the principle of trade-offs. We, in truly one of the most magnificent venues to hold a conference with one of the worst acoustics. So we're trading beauty with acoustics. And then life is strange. I suppose many of you think that we're having this conference here in Florence because I happen to work at the European University Institute. But that's not the case. When we conceived the association, and great honor goes to Michel Rosenfeld, whose original idea it was, and Sabino Cassese, and Anna, and Lorenzo, and Ran Hirschel. It was long before I was even appointed to this job at the European University Institute. And we decided, as a matter of principle, we're not going to hold it in New York, we'll have to hold it somewhere else. And we thought Florence would be a good place because NYU, which is the major sponsor and funder of this conference, has an important presence here in Florence, and because Miguel Maduro was then directing the global governance program and was interested in collaborating with us. And then things happened, and it so happened that I got a job in Florence, and then it so happened that we were so overwhelmed by the response to the creation of the society and the response to this inaugural conference that we realized that the European University Institute was too small to handle all the panels, etc. So we reached out to the University of Florence, and I want to recognize Andrea Simoncini. And they very generously agreed to be one of our sponsors, and tomorrow we will have our parallel sessions at the law faculty of the University of Florence. And I also acknowledge Vittorio Bassotti and Enzo Verano and other collaborators in the faculty. So it's sort of a strange series of coincidences bring us here together in this room. And this room is, we had 2 weeks of panic when we realized we just don't have a room big enough at the European University Institute to hold this plenary session. And we were really struggling what's going to be the solution. And then somebody had the great idea, why not the Sala Cinquecento? And again, I thank the municipality, the Comune of Florence. A word about the society. So the first thing to say is we must have touched a sense of need in the intellectual community to have received such an overwhelming response to the creation of this society, especially since the entry barriers were not simply tick the box if you're interested, but pass your credit card if you're interested, as a sign of seriousness. And here's one way to define that felt need that got this response. I would read in one of the national legal journals in Europe and the United States a really interesting article in administrative law or in constitutional law, or in some variant of the political science of the above. And I would phone the author and say, and why didn't you submit it to ICON? And the response was not because it's an unknown journal or it's not prestigious enough. The response was because I'm not a comparativist. And in that sense, the world, we understand the world of comparative law in a much broader and holistic way. If we all look at the work we do, even if we don't do comparative law in the sense of this is how they do it in Germany and this is how they do it in the United States and here's why there's a difference, that's one type, and the other type is convergence, etc. But we are all comparativists in the sense that when you do Italian constitutional law, or when you do German constitutional law, or when you do Spanish administrative law, the kind of people who are interested in joining the society are informed by the work done in other countries on similar phenomena, and are informed by the theory and conceptualization that is transcendent and is not simply located in a single political or local context. And yet, organizationally, if we look at the reality in our states, public lawyers, constitutional lawyers, administrative lawyers, they dominate. And the international lawyers are a kind of little sideshow. If you look at the international context, the international lawyers are hugely successful in the number of journals and conferences, etc. And the other disciplines, when they get together in a non-bilateral sense, you know, that you go to a conference in the United States or you go to a conference in Spain, it's this professional cast of comparativists. So we attempted to break that down, to say the kind of scholarship that we are interested in and the kind of people whose scholarship we are interested in are people that are informed by what happens somewhere else. And an article of Jeremy Waldron in the United States seems relevant to what you might be writing in Finland, etc. And we wanted to create an organizational structure which would both scientifically, academically, but also socially and networking-wise, a horrible word, bring this kind of intellectual community together. So that's one reason we have ICON.S. And we want to encourage people to read and submit articles to ICON. I'm convinced that many of the people sitting here have not read or submitted articles to ICON. But you will be surprised if you think it's a journal of comparative law. I'm not a comparativist. How enriching, how relevant to one's work is the kind of editorial policy that we adopt at ICON. So in some ways, that's another raison d'être, to provide a publishing and a reading forum. And we have a wonderful blog called ICON.S. And again, take a look and connect. It's a very interesting intellectual conversation that goes on ICON.S. And there I have to thank Tom Ginsberg and his colleagues on the blog who are running it. So, as I say, those were our thoughts when we decided to launch the society. We gave ourselves as a benchmark, if we get an initial membership of 200, that would be, we said that would be, we would consider that a success. And the fact that we are about 3 times more than that number as members of the new society, and about 400 people registered for the inaugural conference, confirmed our intuition that actually there was a lacuna and there was a gap that we were trying to fill. A word about the conference. Treat us as a newly born. As a newly born that has to be dealt with delicately, and that when he or she screams, you don't get upset and frustrated. And understand that we were genuinely overwhelmed by the number of registrants. And we've done our best to accommodate the number. And again, I'm grateful to the University of Florence, but there will be lots of things I could imagine that could go wrong tomorrow. It's not the right room, and the microphone is not working, and why is it this, and why is it that? Please indulge us, be patient. It's the first time we're doing this. I assure you it will be, I'm sure this will be good, but as we gain experience, it will be better. But you really have to be patient. Certain things are not going to work, I expect, as we hope. Be indulgent, be forgiving. Good virtue, isn't it? So, having said that, Jeremy Waldron does not need any introduction, so I invite Jeremy Waldron to give the keynote speech to the conference. Jeremy.
Thank you very much indeed. I think gentlemen can remove their jackets in this heat. Thank you very much. I too want to thank the Comune di Firenze for this magnificent room, and to thank President Weiler for the invitation to talk to the inaugural conference today. It's a great privilege to be on a platform with these two men who have done so much to foster a sense of the interrelatedness of law at the public level, and everything that I say today will be said in the spirit of the remarks that we've heard from Professor Cassese and President Weiler. But today I don't want to talk so much about the interrelation of legal systems, although you will know that I believe in that very strongly. I want to talk about the application of the rule of law in the area of public law. And I want to talk a little bit about the point of view from which we articulate the idea of the rule of law, and the mentality that we have in mind when we think about complaints concerning violations of the rule of law, or the importance of upholding the rule of law, or the development of the kind of indexes of the rule of law or good government that Professor Cassese spoke about. I want to talk a little bit about the point of view, the mentality, the attitude towards law that is presupposed by this. So my subject today is rule of law in public law, and how we should think about the constraints that the rule of law imposes in this realm of governance. I've given you on this sheet a very rough set of preliminary definitions
just so that you will know what I'm talking about. Very roughly, the rule of law seems to involve a requirement that people in positions of authority should exercise their power within a constraining framework of public norms rather than on the basis of their own preferences or ideology. It seems to involve, secondly, a requirement that there should be general rules or standards laid down clearly in advance, norms whose public presence enables people to figure out what's required of them, what the legal consequences of their actions will be, and what they can rely on so far as official action is concerned. And thirdly, it seems to involve a requirement that there be courts operating according to recognized standards of procedural due process or natural justice, offering an impartial forum in which disputes can be resolved. This is a very rough preliminary definition of the rule of law. And in public law, the rule of law is usually taken to involve the limitation of official discretion, the subjection of public power to publicly acknowledged rules, fair and consistent administration of existing rules by officials who deal with individual cases, and the establishment of procedures that allow people to challenge the legality of official action when it impacts adversely upon their interests. This is intended to serve no more than a rough, preliminary, walking around definition of the rule of law. Everything is going to be developed. I hope to be able to say one or two new things, one or two perhaps provocative things about the rule of law in public law. In particular, I want to criticize views that use the idea of the rule of law to denigrate the role of regulation and legislation in modern democratic societies. I want to criticize views that use the idea of the rule of law to attack or undermine the processes by which societies take care of their vital interests in changing circumstances. I also want to use the opportunity today to attack theories of the rule of law that privilege private law over public law. For consider an account of the rule of law that I'm going to read out from James Wolfenson, sometime president of the World Bank. According to Wolfenson, the rule of law means this: a government must ensure that it has an effective system of property rights, contract law, labor, bankruptcy, commercial codes, personal rights law, and other elements of a comprehensive legal system that are effectively and impartially administered by a well-functioning and honest judicial and legal system. Must ensure it has an effective system of property rights, contract, commercial codes, and so on. Ask yourselves, from that definition, what's missing? Well, what's missing seem to be large tracts of what you and I would call public law. Public law where the rule of law doesn't just mean enforcing contracts, securing property rights and protecting investors, but means as well appropriate compliance with and enforcement of legal regulations by business, industry, and commerce. It includes appropriate application of limits and regulations on contracts, for example, in labor markets, or on the use of property for social or ecological reasons, respect for legislation, the enforcement of regulations, the enactment of regulations in proper form and their application and enforcement. All of that is deafening by its silence in that World Bank definition of the rule of law. Yet these are exactly the issues we need to address if we are to explore the relevance of the rule of law for public law. I know some people, maybe some in this room, criticize the distinction between public law and private law. There is just law, they say, and it's all enforced by the state. And perhaps we could infer from that that it's possible to have a one-size-fits-all conception of the rule of law as a political ideal, a single conception of the rule of law that applies across the board. Maybe that's possible in the last analysis. Maybe I was toying with it in the first few minutes of my presentation. But before we get to the last analysis, there are things to be said about the distinctiveness of what we ordinarily call public law, what this society is going to devote itself to, and about the distinctive way in which the ideal of the rule of law seeks to discipline and constrain governance in this particular area. So that's going to be the force of my remarks today, the way the rule of law works in public law in particular. And I've given you on this handout a set of 8 propositions, Waldron's 8 theses that I want to nail to the wall of the room of the 500. The first is that there needs to be a dedicated conception of the rule of law that can be applied to public law in particular. A conception of the rule of law that's oriented frankly and specifically to the concerns of public law. It's true that in public law we must face up to the impact of regulation on private individuals and private interests. We have to acknowledge that much of the regulatory activity of the administrative state is going to affect the content and the exercise of private rights like contracts and property. Still, public law is not necessarily supposed to back down when it faces such impacts. Public law is not necessarily supposed to back down when it faces this prospect, and this is my second proposition. It is not the job of the rule of law in public law to make public law back down in the face of impact or conflict with private interests. The role of the rule of law in public law is not to be the representative of private rights. It is not the job of the rule of law as a political ideal to stand sentinel for the protection of private property rights, for example, in the face of public law regulation. What I'm denying here in my second thesis, what I want to deny is a very common view. Even in the textbooks of public law, you'll find that the rule of law is commonly understood to imply particular solicitude for private liberty and individual property. And societies in which the rule of law flourishes are characteristically thought of as societies where rights of ownership are protected, contracts are enforced, and a predictable environment is established for enterprise, investment, and economic activity. But that common view is one that I reject. In public law, the rule of law is not to be the representative of private law rights. Certainly, it's the job of the rule of law to be alert to impacts on individual rights, including property and contractual rights that may be affected by public regulation, and to stand against any arbitrariness. But this is not a way of protecting those rights from the impact of public law. It's a way of protecting them from the arbitrariness of public law. And those are two different ideas. We need to develop a sense of the distinction between arbitrary and non-arbitrary state action that can be applied in this domain. So to say it again, that's the work that the rule of law has to do in the public realm. It's not just a Trojan horse for private rights. Now I want to develop a third thesis that will be a little bit more controversial and put it to you for your consideration. Public law impacts on private interests and on private liberty. That's its function, often its function, to reconcile interests with one another and to avoid the emergence of great public evils from the accumulation or interaction of private decisions. So private interests do have to be taken into account, and in public law, private parties confront official agencies with some complaint about arbitrary impact. Now, when these confrontations take place, this is Waldron's third thesis, when these confrontations take place, I want to say that the private interest presents itself in the guise of the interest of a particular citizen, one member of the public or a group of members of the public, as opposed to the public en masse. And that gives the private interest a public flavor of its own. You see, usually we contrast public law and private law in the following way. Usually we say in private law you have relations between this private interest and that private interest. And private law concerns the relation between those interests. And usually we say that in public law is involved when one of the contending interests is the interest of the state or the interest of an agency representing the dignity and the purposes of the state. Public law, we say, involves relations where one of the parties is a person or entity dedicated specifically to the pursuit of the public interest and authorized officially to act on that basis. So we say the public law is about the way the state and its officials and its agencies carry out the functions of governing. And with that, we concede that the other party in a public law confrontation is usually a private party. And that's what I want to question. For one thing, we know that public law does sometimes concern relations between different public institutions, between federal and state governments, for instance, or between one public agency and another, or between a regulatory body in global administrative law and some particular state or some particular organization within a state. Or to take another example, sometimes the individual in a public law case acts as a private attorney general to vindicate some rule of law in the name of the public, rather than on the basis of his own private concerns. But here's my point. Even in disputes that do concern the impact of state regulation on individuals and their businesses, we can and we should still consider the private party in a public light. After all, the property interests or the liberty interests of particular members of the public are not distinct from the public good, or to put it another way, they are what make up or comprise the public good. The public good is not just the private good of some ruler, nor is it just the good of the state. The public good is supposed to relate in an open-ended way to the good of all those who have lives to make, lives to lead, and making a life around here. It's supposed to relate to the public, which is an undifferentiated mass of people and organizations with interests of various kinds and stakes of various kinds in the governance of the society, interrelated to one another, bound together by a common destiny. So the public good is, as it were, a conglomeration of those concerns, and I want to suggest that we need to understand the individual in a public law transaction or conflict as a member of the public in that sense. Of course, the non-state party is also trying to vindicate a private right or a private interest. Still, his private interest is not something alien to the public good. It's an aspect of the public good. It's one of the things that public authorities exist to protect and to promote. The lives and well-being and the prosperities of the members of society make up the good of the public, along with literally public goods like water supply, common defense, and so on. So I believe we can view the vindication of private rights and public law in a sort of public light, and that's where I want to pursue this theme a little bit further. First, it means, as a matter of respect, that both parties embody the dignity of the public. Both parties embody the dignity of the public. It's important, we sometimes say in public law, to ensure that the state party is treated with proper dignity as befits its dedication to the public good. But we may also want to emphasize the dignity of individual citizenship. The private party is entitled to respect as a constituent member of the public that the state and its agencies and officials are supposed to represent. That, I think, will play havoc with the Napoleonic notion that there's an affront to the dignity of the state in being challenged by a mere private person. That formalistic position sounds much less convincing when we phrase it in terms of there being an affront to public authority in being challenged by a member of the public. Yeah? So there is public on both sides of this transaction. But secondly, though, and this goes to the points I want to develop about mentality and point of view and perspective. Taking this approach has implications for the way in which the private party regards itself. For the bearer of the private interest is to hold and maintain the interest that he represents in the spirit of a member of the public. I don't mean he is to give up his self-interest, but he is not to pretend obtuseness with regard to the actions of those charged with the protection of the public interest. He's deemed to understand, for example, that the public interest requires regulation and that it may require intervention from time to time to uphold and modify that regulatory responsibility with which the public authority is invested. There has to be an element of public mentality in the litigious stance of a private party in approaching public law. If this was a lecture on on political theory, I'd say there's a sort of a Rousseauian element here, that each person must regard himself as part of the sovereign, not just as a mere subject in the community, and that individuals must stand ready to take the perspective of the sovereign in the way that they think about their relation to the law. No doubt Rousseau exaggerated people's ability to comprehend the impact of the law upon their own position in the light of their membership of the sovereign that imposed the law, and not just in light of their particular interests. But we should not neglect the importance of the point that Rousseau exaggerates. No conception of Republican authority is adequate if it doesn't relate directly to the well-being of individuals. And no conception of Republican authority is adequate if it doesn't relate individuals' understanding of their own well-being back to the concerns that are pursued under public authority in their name. So you'll understand that I'm wanting to develop something like a Republican conception of the public good. A Republican conception maybe of public law. The public good is not conceived as something separate from the good of individuals, except insofar as it's pursued by the community collectively rather than severally by the individuals themselves. It comprises the good of all the individuals who live in the community. And the thesis I'm defending, that's the third thesis, which presents the private side of public law relations in a public light, kind of makes no sense on conceptions of state and government that are inherently opposed to a Republican approach. I don't mean Republican in the sense of some particular thesis by Quentin Skinner or Philip Pettit or Cass Sunstein. I mean the old-fashioned Republican spirit that was represented by this room for the period of the Republic of Florence. I mean the notion that a republic is a set of ruling institutions oriented to the good of all the members of the community and sometimes conducted by the members of the community on a plenary basis. So the account that I'm giving makes little sense on an understanding of rulership that would treat the kingdom and everything in it as the patrimony or the property of the sovereign. In certain monarchies, as you know, the state and its resources and its people used to be conceived of as belonging to the king or belonging to the duke. They were part of his patrimony. What was done with them was done in his name, and in the first instance for his benefit. What was done with the state and its resources and its people was his business. That involved a sort of privatization of the public for the benefit of just one person, and accordingly any understanding of public law, I think, is an understanding of the special privileges of this family and its impact on those who are subject to it. Well, the move that I'm making would make little sense on the basis of that patrimonial approach to the state. That patrimonial approach precludes a Republican understanding of the public good, and the vestiges of that patrimonial approach, for example, in the notion of the English crown, distorts and limits Republican understandings of the common good. The Republican idea, by contrast, involves a frank acknowledgement that the business conducted by the government is the public business of all the members of the society, rather than the patrimony of any privileged individual or family. So you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to link the public in public law, the public in public business, with the public in republic, res publica, as a particular kind of political form. In his remarks earlier, Professor Cassese suggested that public law was initially established as a body of law most closely concerned with the state. But even with the state, we might want to pull back a little bit and establish some distance. If the state thinks of itself simply as a ruling organization dominating a territory, then it's thinking very much in monarchical terms and non-republican terms. Only in those states that conceive of themselves inherently, through and through, in the spirit of devotion to the public good and standing for the public good, do you really have public law emerging. The logic of state versus subject, the logic of subjection, is quite different from the logic of Republican authority versus citizen, quite different from public authority versus a member of the public. Now, all of this means it's going to be very difficult to establish the idea of public law, I think, in a properly critical sense, apart from this particular idea of the state. But I also wanted to say just a word about global administrative law. I see Dick Stewart sitting over here and Sabino Cassese on my left. Such law and the principles that inform it are not centered around the dignity of a state or of the special mission of a state in a particular country. But global administrative law in its various manifestations can still be centered around the idea of a public, that is, a large mass of people with stakes and interests of all sorts in various areas of government. It can be invested with the idea of a public as stakeholders in an activity that aims to secure some aspect of common good in the name of all of the people, all of the public, not necessarily an exclusive, delimited public, but just a large mass of people whose interests are pursued together, not the Italian public or the British public, but the public in general in some domain of this common good. So I'm using the term public not in any particular exclusive sense, any particular demos corresponding to a particular country. Now, I said I would talk about the mentality of the rule of law, the mentality that informs the perspective which we bring to the rule of law. And I believe this Republican conception of public good and public law is in trouble when state action is challenged by an individual or business outside of the society, outside of the public, whose good is comprehended in the mission of the governing organization. When it's challenged, for example, by an individual or business that sees itself at most as an investor in the society, perhaps an extractive and predatory investor, looking to the society and to the interests of its members just for what it can get out of them. And I say this, I mention this because unfortunately the viewpoint of outside investors, the viewpoint of outside businesses is often privileged as the viewpoint from which we understand the rule of law and the constraints that it imposes. According to Harvard economics professor Robert Barrow, when we think about these indexes of good government or indexes of the rule of law, according to Professor Barrow, the general idea of these indexes is to gauge the attractiveness of a country's investment climate by considering the effectiveness of law enforcement, the sanctity of contracts, and the state of other influences on the security of property rights. The attractiveness of a country's investment climate, its attractiveness to foreign investors. And Barrow says that the willingness of such investors to pay for this country information is testament to the validity of these indexes. Well, I think we should be suspicious about that as the defining or privileged mentality, the appropriate point of view from which to develop our theory of the normative constraints of the rule of law. The Center for Financial Stability, for example, offers a reading of the rule of law which measures as one key factor burden of government regulation. And it asks businesses, how burdensome is it for your businesses to comply with government administrative requirements like permits, regulations, and reporting, with the implication that the more regulation there is, the lower the score on the rule of law index. Now, it seems to me that this is from the perspective of somebody who's interested only in what can be extracted from a given society, rather than from the perspective of somebody who lives in the society, who cares about changes in the quality of life in the society, and who shares a responsiveness to these changes and a willingness to express concern about them, which I think is the hallmark of the responsible citizen. And I believe we should be wary of adopting any conception of the rule of law that is designed to privilege that extractive approach, or designed to sideline or discredit the perspective of the responsible citizen. So that's what I mean in Proposition 6 on the handout here, that the perspective of a foreign investor is not an appropriate perspective from which to develop a conception of the rule of law for a given society. I know that some people think this is important because they believe it's worth mentioning or worth privileging the distinction between the rule of law as a political ideal and the more technical idea of rule by law. Rule by law is seen as an instrumental approach to the use of law. It's seen as the hallmark of societies which have highly legalized administrations, but it acknowledges that regulations, legislation are all made by humans, concocted by human politicians, put forward and enacted by humans, and enforced, elaborated, and applied by humans. And this is supposed to be rule by law, but rule of law would mean that law was literally in charge and that the politicians were governed by the laws rather than the other way round. And people search for some set of laws that could be understood, even in public law, to represent the rule of law in a particular domain rather than just rule by law in a particular domain. I've become convinced that that distinction is largely fatuous, and that certainly it would be a hallmark of responsibility in the public law realm to abandon it. Several possibilities are brought forward. Sometimes people say, well, constitutional law represents the overarching norms that define an independent framework of rules within which governments and administrations must operate. But constitutional norms are too few and too scanty and too negative to do much in that area. And anyway, they themselves are the product of human decisions, and their enforcement and elaboration is the product of human decisions. And if we start putting too much pressure on this distinction between rule of law and rule by law, we're going to back ourselves into a corner whereby we have severed the link between human agency and the idea of law. In public law, we cannot afford to do that. Public law is about the human agency of people in a society taking control of that society's circumstances and responding to the vicissitudes of the public good in those circumstances. Some people think that maybe private law rights represent the laws that constrain the politicians, because the private law rights are the autonomous output of markets, or at least are defined in a way that has a different relation to human agency than that. But that's why I wanted to emphasize at the beginning that when we are developing a concept of the rule of law for public agencies and for public law, we can't afford to simply have that represented as the presence or the dominance of private law interests in public law areas. Our conception of the rule of law has to be oriented to the specific tasks that are represented by the public law enterprise. There can be no public law without a society, without people within a society taking active responsibility for the order of that society and adapting that order flexibly to changing social conditions and keeping track of and monitoring the changes that stand in the name of us all. That's what law essentially is, and the principle that we call the rule of law can't, in its essence, be antagonistic to that active, agential enterprise. We have a wedding coming through the back of the room now, but so I think we need to understand public law, public legislation, public regulation as a matter of a society responding actively to circumstances, which means humans who are taking responsibility in the society, responding actively to circumstances for the sake of social justice, for the sake of health and safety and environmental and human well-being, for the sake of those goods for all of those committed to a government's care. In Republican terms, it's a matter of people taking control of their lives together and of the circumstances and conditions under which those lives are led. Now, inevitably, much of that legislation will involve the regulation of our actions and our businesses and our property, particularly our property, because property law represents the allocation to private individuals of resources that may have some social significance in particular circumstances. So it applies particularly to property. In the world that we live in, it's inevitable that the detail of property rights will be affected over time by changes in circumstances, both in their character and in their distribution. The exploitation of land and other natural resources in a way that ignores public goods, or the prospect of great public evils, is not always tolerable, and the pace of our recognition of this is going to have to accelerate in breadth and intensity over the next 50 years if decent conditions of life are to have any chance of surviving man-made changes in climate that are presently afflicting us. You can't think about the mission of law in relation to property without thinking in those terms. This is not cranky or anomalous or Bolshevik or socially destructive. It's the ordinary wisdom of human affairs. No conception of governance, no conception of law or the rule of law that fails to leave room for changes and adjustments of this sort can possibly be tolerable. And it seems to me that any conception of the rule of law which denigrates the very idea of such changes, or which treats their enactment and application as an inherent derogation from legality, has to be wrong. Yeah? Of course, any particular measure will have its opponents, and any particular measure may be misguided, but the very idea of changing the conditions under which property rights are held or contracts enforced is not to be regarded as something at odds with legality. And that's what I mean when I say that not just the judges and the politicians, but also the private litigants and the private interest bearers need to approach their inevitable conflicts and their inevitable disputes and their inevitable contrariness. They have to approach it in that spirit. When somebody says, I need established expectations, they have to understand that the notion of established expectations will be relative to the normal regulatory requirements of a responsible state. When somebody says, I want to be assured of the value of my property, they have to understand that the value of their property will be affected not just by the periodicity of markets, but by the ordinary responsibilities that are being discharged by regulators. And we should not adopt any conception of the rule of law in public law that is designed to discredit that. I wanted to illustrate this for the last 10 minutes or so of the lecture with something that will have proper names in it rather than these abstractions, because I've put forward for you a quite abstract set of propositions. I've maintained, and this is my proposition 8, that the citizen's legal expectations need to be moderated by his or her sense of the importance of legislative governance and by the normal rhythms of law and public policy. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I talk about the. That's what I mean when I talk about the mentality that needs to inform our understanding of the rule of law. I hope you won't mind if I spend the last few minutes of this lecture illustrating these points with an American case. In 2011, I gave the Hamlin Lectures in the UK. They were eventually published in a book called The Rule of Law and the Measure of Property. And in those lectures, I used an American decision to illustrate some of the ideas that I've been talking about today. The case was a decision of the United States Supreme Court in Lucas against the South Carolina Coastal Council. You'll see the reference to it near the bottom of the handout. You need to know that in 1986, a property developer called David Lucas paid $975,000 for some oceanfront real estate on the Isle of Palms, which is a barrier island off the coast of South Carolina near Charleston. I went there a few weeks ago to have a look at it. If I had PowerPoint, I'd give you some pictures of the Isle of Palms, but it's a low-lying barrier island, spectacularly nice beaches, and very valuable real estate facing those beaches. So Mr. Lucas intended to develop this as residential property for resale. He had developed or been involved in the development of a lot of beachfront property in those parts. Unfortunately, from Mr. Lucas's point of view, or fortunately from somebody's point of view, his plans for development were thwarted by new environmental regulations intended to protect the Isle of Palms coastline. Responding to concerns about recent erosion of the beaches, including erosion of the foundations of some of the houses along those beachfronts, the authorities drew a line in the sand, and they said there can't be any building on the seaward side of this land. And unfortunately, Mr. Lucas's property was almost entirely on the seaward side of the line that the authorities had drawn. So far as his plans for development were concerned, this rendered the property worthless. And this is what Mr. Lucas announced, what his attorneys announced in the Supreme Court, leading, I think, Justice Scalia to say, okay, so would you give it to me if it's worthless? And the guy said, well, there are a few back taxes owing on the property. But anyway, Lucas sued the state authority under the 5th and 14th Amendments of the US Constitution, which, as you know, prohibit the taking of private property for public use without fair compensation. He sued on the ground that the regulatory restrictions deprived his property of all or almost all of its value, amounting, therefore, in effect, to the taking of property by the state. Not that the state had actually taken it from him, but by regulating it to that extent, effectively, it meant that he had lost it. Now, the case went to the Supreme Court of the United States, and in 1992, the Supreme Court held in Mr. Lucas's favor. And eventually, the state of South Carolina was obliged to pay him $850,000 for the 2 lots, which was just slightly less than he had paid for them. I used this case in the Hamlin lectures because it provided an interesting proving ground for the relationship between the rule of law and the security of private property rights, and for some theorizing about the attitude with which private parties should confront regulatory legislation. I'm not interested in contesting the decision in Lucas, but I'm interested in something that Justice Kennedy said in his concurrence. Kennedy said, the takings clause cannot require a static body of property law. It cannot require a static body of property law. The state should not be prevented from enacting new regulatory initiatives in response to changing conditions. The state should not be prevented from adopting new regulatory initiatives in response to changing conditions. And the fact was, the interesting thing about the Lucas case was that there had been a whole series of statutory and regulatory measures. A federal law, the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, provided a general framework of law for measures of this kind for the protection of from erosion of coastlines and beaches all over the country. In 1977, the South Carolina legislature enacted state law under these auspices, making provision for the regulation of coastal areas in the interest of the environment, setting up some administrative agencies to work with that, and providing a framework for inquiry into and the specification of areas where land was to be zoned and where permits of various sorts were required and where restrictions of various sorts were imposed. In 1988, pursuant to the finding of a Blue Ribbon Commission that some of the beaches were in a critical state, South Carolina enacted further legislation called the Beachfront Management Act, authorizing the South Carolina Coastal Council to draw new lines delineating where seaward development would be permitted and where it would be restricted. It seems to have been a careful, scrupulous process of successive legislative and regulatory regimes. Now, Mr. Lucas bought his property in 1986, a year or two before the new legislation came into force, but he had been developing property on that coastline for a decade or more. He was already part of a larger consortium dealing with property in that area. He was thoroughly attuned, as a matter of fact, to the legislature's continuing interest in and concern about beachfront erosion. He was thoroughly attuned to the legislature's alertness to changes in the beachfront frontages and stability. The property he purchased in his own name was notoriously unstable, as Justice Blackmun pointed out in his dissent. In roughly half of the last 40 years, he said, all or part of the petitioner's property was flooded twice daily by the ebb and flow of the tides. Between 1981 and 1983, the Isle of Palms issued 12 emergency orders for sandbagging to protect property in this development. Determining that local habitable structures were in imminent danger of collapse, the council issued work permits for 2 rock revetments to protect condominium developments near the petitioner's policy. In other words, Mr. Lucas was not really sandbagged by these legislations, not really sandbagged by the council's eventual intervention to safeguard the eroding beaches in the area. What he was aware of were, as it were, waves of legislation, a certain rhythm of legislative concern and response as official concerns changed their character and as increasing information became available. And it seems to me that that is, again, business as usual for public law. Public law is not the laying down of a framework of regulation once and for all time. And private rights are not the laying down of a framework of private interests once and for all time. There has to be match between them, and there has to be sensitivity to what I call the rhythms, the ordinary rhythms of legislation and regulation in this area. All of this was well known to everyone, including Mr. Lucas, that the legislature was reacting to changing circumstances. There was a certain periodicity in the legislative provision that had to be made as new conditions emerged or more sophisticated science was developed. And that rhythm of change needed to be matched also with the rhythm of politics, which is another feature of legislative change. And what it seems to me, I mean, whatever you think of the plight or predicament of Mr. Lucas and his $975,000 investment, whatever you think of the arbitrariness or non-arbitrariness of the particular line in the sand that was drawn, Mr. Lucas should not be approaching law in this area in a mindset that privileges the immutability of private property rights or their protection from any sort of legislation. Yeah? When you approach public law as a member of the public, you approach it in a way that is sensitive to the ordinary, moderate demands of the state, and you cannot plead or set up expectations that have somehow been insulated from that sense of rhythmic responsibility. I want to draw this to a close. It's a delicate and difficult argument that I've been making. I do want us not to think of the rule of law as something laid down in stone by Albert Venn Dicey or Immanuel Kant. It's a set of normative requirements that we have set up and developed in jurisprudence to discipline and constrain law in certain areas. You cannot do that responsibly without thinking about the mission of law in those areas. And it seems to me that in our thinking about public law and in our thinking about the application of the rule of law ideal to public law, we have to develop our normative ideals in light of what is taken to be the mission of public law in a modern society. The good of its members, the common good of its members, the scrutiny and responsible supervision of the interaction or accumulation of their actions and the possible evils or goods that may be done by that, all of that has to be the focus of public law in any country, and in the world at large as well. Public law is law concerned with the good of a public in that sense. Sometimes a bounded public, sometimes an unbounded public. But if you were to adopt the approach that is sometimes urged in the name of the rule of law, you will trump that. You will end up trumping that with the perspective of somebody who's not a member of that public and who simply sees the resources of a particular society as an opportunity for exploitation. We, in our thinking about the rule of law, have to be willing to eschew that perspective and to ensure that the rule of law in public law is informed with the mentality of public law. Not that it has to be submissive to everything that the regulators offer us, but when it challenges the arbitrariness of regulatory action, it does so from a perspective of a person who is taking a responsible attitude to regulatory action and who understands the responsibilities of members of the public. So I commend that to you today as a way of thinking about the rule of law in this enterprise to which we are dedicating, that we need to think not just of the foreground issues of public law, but the background principles that inform the way that we constrain and the way that we discipline it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have some time for questions.
I can answer questions from here.
You can indeed. And there's a roving microphone, so if you want to take the floor, maybe stand up so that the microphone can see you. Okay, Vicky.
Thank you for a very stimulating talk, Jeremy. And I wanted to ask you with the speculator. You define the speculator also as an outsider. Now, I wanted to just ask you, which are these two separate pieces? So, for example, is Lucas, who I take it was an American citizen buying land, different from a non-American buying land? And is Lucas, from the point of view of the public good here, in a different situation than the long-standing homeowner in a case like Kilo? So I'm just asking you, in your conception of public good, there are these two elements, and I wasn't quite sure how they were to be teased out.
Right.
That's the first question.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Let's take a few questions together. They're in the back there. Thank you, sir.
Aris Georgopoulos from Global Governance Center of the UI.
Maybe the microphone closer to your mouth.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Aris Georgopoulos from the Global Governance Center here at the UI and the Nottingham Law School. I have a couple of very brief questions. If we take as a for granted as a point of departure your 8 propositions, what do you think, if you could contemplate, what would be the outcome of, let's say, an important seminal case like Enting versus Carrington? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't hear the name of the case.
Enting versus Carrington. It's a seminal case for civil liberties in the UK and the Commonwealth, obviously. And the second point I would like to make is that, if I understood correctly, your Republican idea that has to inform the understanding of the individual as part of a society relates to representative democracy context. I would think that, in fact, the only way that this could work is only if we understand the democratic process in a purely autonomous, collective, original sense of the word, i.e. direct democracy. An individual that puts the public good higher than his or in the light of the public good, the individual good would be the example of Socrates, obviously. Not property rights, but a maiore, if he was willing surely to put his life on the line, I'm sure he would be ready to put the property on the line as well. Thank you.
Let's take one more question in the back there, the lady with the... And then we'll ask Jeremy to answer the first 3.
Thank you, Jeremy. Rosalind Dixon, UNSW. A wonderful address. 2 quick questions. When you talk about rhythms, I kept thinking, is this an aesthetic idea? Somewhere there's, music. How much is this an aesthetic versus a kind of practical idea? And as a practical idea, aren't you an incrementalist in saying that rhythm matters? So I'm thinking of the Australian attempt to ban packaging for tobacco, and there was a huge pushback because it was novel, it was new, it was, it was totally different in terms of the way they were regulating property. So are you building incrementalism into your notion of the rule of law?
Thank you, Jeremy. Why don't we take these first 3 questions?
Thank you very much indeed. On the third question, I'm not necessarily an incrementalist. I hadn't thought specifically of the rhythms of incremental regulation, although there's a certain sense in which, as views change and as political possibilities open up, there may have to be successive waves of regulation. It wasn't an aesthetic idea, although I like the idea of there being an aesthetic in what was otherwise a rather austere and abstract talk. But it really was a recognition that the human business of regulating a society for the common good is seldom going to involve the stipulation of for all time laws. We learn things, we face changing circumstances, we share developing politics. We also have incremental enterprises of regulation as well, and we also have dialogic approaches to the possibilities of regulation. I think all of these are important in the ordinary circumstances of public law and public governance. Now, I'm at a slight loss because I'm failing to remind myself of Entick against Carrington, but you said it was a civil liberties case, and you asked about how this analysis would affect a public law litigation where civil liberties rather than private property was involved. I have been thinking, as you may know, over some years about issues of hate speech and about the regulation of free speech in that area. And again, it has seemed to me very important for the person who demands the liberty of free speech to remember that they are talking about free speech in a republic, a well-ordered society of free and equal people, so that they have to at least understand the possibility of the public officials and the public agencies having responsibility for the tolerability of life in that society. So I don't think that the paradigm would change particularly, although particular cases would. You also mentioned the issue of democracy. I tried to leave that out of the discussion today and didn't necessarily want to go from the idea of republics to the idea of democratic republics, although my inclination is in that direction. The suggestion was necessarily that members of a public have been invested with or take responsibility for the making of policy in that republic, sometimes on a plenary basis, sometimes on a representative basis, sometimes even on a self-appointed basis. They take responsibility for the conditions of life in some area and the conditions of life enjoyed by a particular public. And those of us who study public law and the jurisprudence of public law have to think about that responsibility as the defining framework within which we approach these matters. Now, the questions that Vicky Jackson asked at the beginning are entirely fair questions to answer. I use the image of the outside investor as a sort of extreme pole to define a mentality that I thought was, without question, the wrong mentality from which to articulate an adequate conception of the rule of law. This is a person who's coming to a developing country, who wants to make sure that its plans to develop a responsible legislature are put on hold, so there'll be less prospect of regulations that he will have to bear the burden of, and so that there'll be enhanced prospect of him being able to repatriate his profits. That outlook is used by the manufacturers of many of these indexes of the rule of law and good government. So it seemed to me to be fair game as the target here. But you're absolutely right that Mr. Lucas is not like that. So the question is, what does the identification of that outside investor target tell us about an insider? Number one, Mr. Lucas, who's a property developer, but he's a person who has had some concern in the regulatory enterprise. And secondly, you mentioned Mrs. Kelo, whose house in East London, Connecticut, was going to be taken in order that a supermarket complex could be built there. And in both cases, you can imagine defining an attitude that is the attitude of a responsible citizen and an attitude that is not. I think David Lucas sometimes got into the business of saying that any diminution in the value of his property at the hands of state regulation would be an affront, and that is not a responsible perspective for somebody who knows, as he does, the point of regulation in this area. My ability to talk calmly about Mrs. Kelo is hampered by the fact that I think she was a victim of a great injustice, and that she was not faced with the ordinary rhythms of public policy, but at a scheme which maybe bordered on the corrupt attempt to secure simply a larger tax base for the municipality in which she lived. But one can imagine a version of Mrs. Kelo who might take an attitude towards some impact on her property of regulation that would be an attitude incompatible with that of a good citizen. I don't believe that was, in fact, her case. But I agree with you that these are exactly the sort of in-between cases that we need to look at.
Thank you very much. So let's take the next round of questioners on the right. There's some arbitrariness
necessarily.
Lack of proportionality and other ills in allocating speakers. I apologize.
Good evening. I'm Sanjay Jain. I come from Pune, India. And it was really fascinating to hear about rule of law. My question is, what about exclusion of persons with disability? And what about enabling the conception of public? And what about the mentality of public law to persistently exclude persons with disability? I'm tomorrow reading a paper where I have analyzed 195 constitutions to see the scale of exclusion. So what about that? I mean, property right is a mainstream area, but what about philosophical and constitutional ostracism of PWD? What is your response?
Thank you.
Thank you. If you stand up, please. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Tom Ginsberg from Chicago. Jeremy, I wanted to push you a little on your attempt to collapse the distinction between rule of law and rule by law. In the literature, of course, rule by law isn't just taken to refer to a system in which law is used instrumentally, but to systems in which the sovereign is not really constrained so long as they follow the kind of Fullerian, 8 principles. And of course, the paradigm example here is Singapore. And as I look at your criteria, I think Singapore would fit your definition of the rule of law. And so does that mean that, it's again, maybe back to the democracy question. Rule by law, the sovereign can be quite unconstrained so long as they follow the procedural definitions.
Thank you.
Anybody in the back benches? Yes. At the very end there. Thank you, sir.
Hi, David Fagelson, the School of Public Affairs, American University. I'm interested in getting your view on how you would apply your principles about the rule of law to the current state of the existence of the rule of law in America relating to security issues. In particular, I think, when I think of the justification of the courts to use the state secrets privilege and so forth, they're explicitly using the idea that they are looking out for the Republican interests of everybody, yet doing so in a way which is clearly excluding the legal rights of the people involved in there. And so I guess it's a two-part question. How would you assess using your principles to the status of the rule of law in America? And also, how do you reconcile this assertion of the courts that they're looking out for everyone's interests and as a justification for basically not using law with regard to those citizens?
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. In response to the first question about the exclusion of persons from owning property, the exclusion of persons in effect from the community, it does seem to me that underlying Republican ideas do have an impact on how we see that. The more that a society is riven by patterns of class or exclusion, the less the logic of what I was presenting makes sense. There is a kind of we are all in this together logic to what I was presenting, and I was wanting to present that as a Republican idea. Now, of course, actually existing republics in the world often do have massive patterns of exclusion. And the one thing you cannot do is ask one of the excluded to please take on the perspective of the majority and understand it from our point of view why we are excluding you. The logic of that request, the logic of that insistence on a public law mentality for a private person only makes sense against the background that that person can reasonably be appealed to as the member of the public in whose name these changes are being carried out. Tom Ginsberg raised the question about how the phrase rule by law is used in modern jurisprudence and political science. He's absolutely right. Sometimes it's used to refer to a unconstrained sovereign who is subject to no constraint except that he must proceed to rule on the basis of legislation, so that rule by decree or rule by arbitrary edict or rule by whim or arbitrary discretion is ruled out. And he must proceed, if there are complaints, through courts rather than through Pasha-style ad hoc administration. But that apart, we are thinking of a sovereign who faces no further constraints. Now that is not nothing, and somebody who is constrained on that basis alone is already being constrained to effectively filter the impact of policy on ordinary people, ordinary members of the Republic, through measures that will have a certain public presence and through measures that will be pursued through courts where there are opportunities for public contestation. Whether the regime in Singapore corresponds exactly to that description, I don't know. I do think that we should not be in the business of saying that that sense of rule by law is uninteresting or normatively inadequate simply because of our enthusiasm for constitutional states or for constitutional constraints on sovereigns. I think the kind of despot that you were describing is perhaps the outer limits of the rule by law idea. And sometimes when we describe that, we have a sense that the rule by law is really a sort of sham and there's just sort of some sort of Lon Fuller type show that is being put on. But insisting that, I don't know, that the South Carolina legislature deal with property like David Lucas's property on the basis of publicly announced commissions, publicly announced rules, publicly announced criteria for drawing new lines in the sand, public consultation with the possibility of individual challenges to that process. That again is not nothing, but it's just rule by law on the ordinary understanding. If we want to insist that the only thing that matters is rule of law in a sense that goes beyond that, we end up, I believe, with a massive privileging of constitutional law, largely in areas where constitutional law does and can do no good at all. I mean, the one exception I would say is that I'm a great believer in something called legislative due process. That in making laws and in making administrative and making rules at the level of agencies, it's tremendously important that there be a process followed at that stage. And again, I'm not sure whether that's part of what you envisaged. I would regard that as rule by law, but now it's also affecting the process whereby law is enacted, not just its formal Fullerian characteristics. David at the back, yes. How to think about the impact of this on security issues, where what is said by the security authorities is that you have to understand that this is being done for the common good and safety from terrorism and so on, and we are, in that interest and for that reason, abandoning the use of law altogether and proceeding on the basis of secret tribunals and arbitrary detentions and worse actions than that, but we are still looking out for everybody. So there is a kind of a Republican form of legitimacy associated here, only it's not legitimacy through law at all. Well, two things to say. That's a viable position. Anybody interested in the rule of law is going to be very concerned with cases where an administration takes it upon itself to proceed without the benefit of law at all. Yeah? Not even in the way that Tom Ginsburg was talking about. Just decides to proceed without publicly announced rules, without procedures for challenging detention or anything like that. I don't want a notion of the rule of law that will be willing to back down under that pressure. So not every demand, not every policy aim that can be articulated within a Republican framework, I think, necessarily satisfies the rule of law. And it has been a feature of some modern theories of public law, Foucault's, for example, that public administration seems to have abandoned the use of law altogether in many areas. And to that extent, I'm a conservative. The rule of law insists that law be brought back in, only not this idiot private law but dominated model. So I do think that we need to separate two elements of the account at this stage. It is conceivable that one could give a Republican account of the necessity for certain severe and non-lawful security measures. in this city, I'm mindful of the fact that Machiavelli thought that was almost always a bad idea, much better to lay down your security requirements in advance and then act on them rather than make them up as you went along, but that would take us too far afield.
Thank you. Next round, if people, yes, here.
Yes, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. My name is Anna Kocharov. I'm from the EU Law Department. And I struggle with the same question that was posed by Vicky Jackson in the very beginning. So I would like to elaborate a little bit on this same question, taking into account your answers to several questions that were already posed. So in your proposition number 3, you say that the individual should think of herself as a citizen or member of the public, so should adopt the view of the public. Then in proposition number 6, you talk about the foreign investor who is not an appropriate perspective, whose perspective is not appropriate for a developing policy. Then you say about exclusion that the more exclusion there is in a society, the less sense the Republican model makes, and that we cannot ask a person who is excluded to take or accept the point of view of the public. So it seems to follow that if you exclude Mr. Lucas by taking away his property, you cannot reasonably expect that he takes the point of view of the public, which is something that you deny, and I think justly so. So my question is, also because in your presentation you mentioned that you do not refer to any notions or ideas of Skinner and Petit in particular. Of Skinner
yes.
and Petit.
Yes.
So I would like to understand how exactly your vision is different from those two, and maybe there is something in their writings that could help you explain why, nevertheless, Lucas would need to adopt the point of view of the community.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Peter Strauss, Columbia University. Jeremy, there's a certain tension between a requirement that there be general rules laid down clearly in advance and your perspective, which I share, that Mr. Lucas ought to have known in some sense what was coming down the road.
Yes.
And could properly be held to that. And I'm wondering if there's any way of stating a general principle for identifying what is fair game for change where the rule has not yet been clearly stated in advance, but one can see the train coming down the tracks.
Right.
Jeremy, I'd like to ask you a question myself. Usually people say I'm going to abuse my... I don't think I'm abusing anything by asking. I'm fulfilling my role. It's a clarifying question. It's a very normative paper. Challenging, provoking, inspiring, but it's very normative. One should, one needs to, etc. So can you clarify the underlying normative basis? Is it the kind of normativity which said if you adopt a different view of the rule of law, it would be incoherent, it wouldn't hang together? Is it what good liberals, is there some notion of justice underlying it? If I say to you, I agree with everything you said, that's how I would like to understand the rule of law, how does it define me ideologically, politically, normatively?
Thank you. So let me answer those in reverse order. Yeah, it was a highly normative paper, and normative at two levels. It was normative for us, how we should think about the rule of law, how we should think about the rule of law. So I was offering normative advice to my colleagues at this Congress who are dedicated to an interest in public law And I'm counseling them, don't lose hold of that interest when you're articulating a theory of the rule of law. What's that based on? It's based on, I think, keeping faith with the fundamental premise of our interest in public law, which is not just a technical interest. We really do believe it is important for societies to govern themselves in response to the conditions that their citizens face and to develop new rules for that enterprise. And I am reminding us of several features of that and insisting that we, of all people, should make sense that we don't acquiesce in a conception of the rule of law as a constraining framework of background philosophical norms which sells short the basic enterprise that we're committed to. Now that's so far as normativity for us. Then there's normativity for Mr. Lucas. And the suggestion is that now it's the normativity of a responsible citizen who must at least be attuned to the importance of and the possibilities of the sort of regulatory enterprise that a good society necessarily engages in. This is more frankly ideological in its normativity, but the suggestion is that I'm thinking we should not necessarily think in terms of a conflictual society and privilege one set of citizens over another set of citizens, but using Republican ideas to see that we are all in this together and that we can pursue some set of requirements on how we think about this when we come to law. So in that sense, it's a much more actively Republican basis for normativity in his case. Putting those two together, the suggestion is that we, in our development of theories of public law, should be willing to appeal to these complexities and abstractions of Republican theory. I think this helps me in my answer to Peter Strauss. Mr. Lucas faced an array of legislative possibilities, and number one, he ought to be in the situation of understanding that further possibilities are coming down the road. He wasn't entirely taken by surprise. When I referred to stable general principles at the very beginning of the talk, I didn't just mean stable background principles, although I accept that that's a good idea as well, but I meant simply stable norms that will dictate what a person can do with his property, which should always, even in cases like this, be announced prospectively, allowing a person not to be taken by surprise in this way. He wasn't taken by surprise. He wasn't required to do anything in the past. Certainly the rules 3 years after he bought the property were not the same as the rules at the time he bought the property. So I wanted to develop general principles that we must be prepared to take and face losses of that sort, just as any investor is prepared for markets to change, or for prices to go up or prices to go down. Beyond that, some general idea that when we appeal to the constancy of law and to the stability of expectations as a basis for our rule of law thinking, all of that must be relativized to the fact that we're dealing with an ongoing enterprise of governance. That those background principles of the rule of law should not be used to preclude or criticize the ordinary, as I say, the ordinary rhythms of governance. I wish I could do more than that, and there's obviously more to be done. The very first question was, I don't want to disparage Joseph or Peter by saying that the first question is the most challenging and difficult one. One thing you asked me was, well, hang on, given my remarks about exclusion, isn't Mr. Lucas being treated as a pariah in this matter because he's having to bear the costs? And there's one aspect of the Lucas case that I didn't talk about, because he was mainly concerned, to tell you the truth, with getting his money back. And his claim in the end was a claim of fairness. Why should he have to bear all the cost incident to defending the whole Isle of Palms coastline for the sake of all the residents of the Isle of Palms? So his claim for compensation can be presented as a fairness claim, which helps, I don't want to say reintegrates him into the Republic, but makes sure that he's not seen as simply a deep pockets target for these matters. He wasn't like Mrs. Kelo in the East London case, where she actually didn't want the development to take place. It was the taking of her property that really concerned her, not that she wasn't being offered compensation, which I believe she was. Now, you took issue with my rather dismissive comments about Philip Pettit and Cass Sunstein and Quentin Skinner. Just a word about each of those. I mean, Pettit's made the whole issue of Republican political theory turn on a particular notion of freedom connected with domination, which may or may not be very important, but is hardly the essence of what people have meant by res publica, or the ideation of a Republican form of government. Cass is mostly focused on possibility of a politics which is not simply a politics of preferences, but is a politics where people bring their preferences and they are open to change, which is also very important, but hardly the essence of Republican political government. Quentin Skinner, closest to my thinking on these matters, is responsible largely for my thinking about the fact that we need to understand the Republican common good not as something distinct from the individual goods of the men and women and children who compose the Republic, but to think, as Machiavelli thought and as other people thought, of their liberty, their lives, their prosperity of their businesses, the ability to bring up their families and keep their farms and so on, as being part of what we regard as the public good and part of what is safeguarded, not incidentally, but essentially as part of the public good. So I misspoke. In that sense, the Skinner idea is actually quite important to what I have been doing.
We have time for 2 more questions. So, Julian.
Thank you very much for the fascinating presentation. So I guess what I want to ask comes from the perspective of international law, and the question is, at what level do we fight for this, and specifically this conception of the rule of law, and specifically for developing countries that are subject to myriad bilateral, multilateral investment treaties. So the context I'm thinking of is that in international investment law, there's an entrenched theory of property that's extraordinarily robust, you might say Blackstonian, compared to the type of property theory that you're advocating here, rightly, I think. So assume that I'm right about international investment law and the trends, and assume a developing country's judicial system in a bona fide way wants to adopt a theory of the rule of law like yours. What does it do? How do we deal with the problem of the international rule of law? It's an impure theory.
Yes.
Yes, Jeremy, thank you very much. You have given such a robust account of a Republican theory of law that I would like you to spend a few minutes or moments addressing the implications for private law. And I'm wondering what your theory would hold for issues of self-regulation, delegation of public responsibilities to private enterprises, or shared governance that we see very commonly in the modern administrative state.
Yeah, thank you.
We have 2 or 3 minutes to reply, Jeremy.
How many minutes? Okay.
3.
Thank you for both of those questions. Julian, I hate to say this, but I really think this is just simply a clash between massively disparate conceptions. The international investors community have succeeded in establishing a body of international law. They've succeeded in effectively capturing international lawmaking in this area and developing treaties and treaty-based law and a framework of principles governing treaty-based law, which are oriented almost entirely around this extractive mentality. And so that when that clashes with, say, a developing country whose judges and whose legislators have taken this sort of account to heart, you're going to have a massive ideological confrontation. And my view is that we should be, as scholars, a lot less tolerant and a lot less deferential to international investment law than we have been. I know we want to make ourselves out to be men and women of the world who acknowledge the harsh realities. An awful lot of corruption goes by under that heading, and probably the language of corruption wouldn't be inappropriate to use in this context. Malcolm, on the delegation of governmental responsibilities to private enterprises and public-private partnerships of that sort, I think some of the apprehensions that we have about those possibilities makes best sense on a Republican conception. It's true that I am insisting that the particular private corporation is not to be regarded as an entity wholly alien to the common good that the Republic is maintaining, and that was a burden of much of what I was saying. It doesn't follow that it can be entrusted without safeguards with this, particularly because the danger of such a private enterprise adoption of responsibility for some public function will begin to seem patrimonial in some possibilities. That is, they will say, well, look, what we're trying to do is make a profit here, and you've got to understand that's the reason why people aren't being allowed out of their cells for more than an hour a day. You have to understand that we have a business to run here, and that's why we can't get medical care into these people more than once a week. We have to understand that when a business, for example, takes on responsibility for the discharge of a public function, they're a little bit like an individual taking on a public job, and they have to take it on in the appropriate spirit, and there'll be certain things that they can't say. So I would want to develop a theory along those lines to address these issues. And I'm sorry that only addresses some of the difficulties rather than opportunities of this, but I much appreciate the question.
Jeremy, I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody in thanking you for this really terrifically interesting keynote speech for our conference. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have our coffee break downstairs in Sala de Arme. Please note that the first plenary session will start in exactly 30 minutes. So I would like to request you to please be back in your seats within the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Please, we would like to start. I've had many requests from many quarters of people wanting to end at 6 because apparently there are some football matches that people want to watch. And obviously I would not cut the length of our plenary, but if we can get started, maybe these people will get their wishes.
Michelle, can you invite me at the end to say 3 words about tomorrow and about publication?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, please take your seats.
It's always like this after a tea or coffee break.
Right.
Shall we start? I think it's too unruly.
We're just going to give it 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we were getting an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session is now going to start. So please, can everyone kindly take their seats? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'm honored to chair this first plenary session of the inaugural conference of the ICON.S Society. And this plenary will be on nominal democracy, prospect for democratic global governance. We're very lucky, and I think this is typical of what we are and want to be, having people from different disciplines discussing a common problem. And I won't introduce the speakers extensively because they're all very well known, so I'll just say a couple words in the interest of getting going. Our main speaker will be Professor Robert Cohen, who's Professor of International Affairs at the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton University and has a very extensive list of publications, including some classics that reappear and that are influential, I think, at least 30, 40 years after having been first published. So we're very honored that he will be our main speaker. And we have 2 wonderful commentators coming from different disciplines. Professor Sheila Ben-Habib, who is a professor of political science and philosophy at the Yale University. She has the Eugene Mayer Professorship there. And am I too far, too close? Oh, okay. And then we have Gronia de Burca, who is the Florence Ellingwood Allen Professor of Law and Faculty Director of the Hauser Global Law Program at the New York University School of Law. So without further ado, Professor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Joseph Weiler and his colleagues and staff for the invitation, and to Sheila and Grania for commenting, and thanks to NYU, the EUI, and the Commune de Firenze for their support. It is really lovely to be back in Firenze again. Each time I'm here, I see something new, somehow missed by the hordes of tourists. This time it was Dante's house, or the museum of Dante's house. And this reminded me of some of the themes of my talk, because in the house there's a discussion of Henry the Seventh, the emperor's attack on Italy in 1307. And the young emperor battled the Pope unsuccessfully, tried to capture Florence unsuccessfully, and he died young. In this campaign, his retainers told an abbot that soothsayers had predicted that he would conquer to, quote, the end of the world. The abbot replied that he had. There was a dead-end street right next door that was titled the end of the world. Many contemporary soothsayers have declared the inevitability of democratic global governance. They seek to promote this ideal, to go in this sense to the end of the world. And we hope and believe that this is not a dead-end street. My view is that this is not a dead-end street, but it will be a long road with many hazards. And that's the theme of my talk today on nominal democracy, prospects for democratic global governance. In a brilliant book written 15 years ago, Stephen D. Krasner coined the phrase organized hypocrisy to refer to situations in which, quote, institutional norms are enduring but frequently ignored. In such situations, Krasner said, quote, rulers must honor, perhaps only in talk, certain norms, but at the same time act in ways that violate these norms. In my view, contemporary global governance is a worthy ideal. And as the human impact on our ecosystem keeps increasing, we will need it. But many discussions of democratic global governance unfortunately conform well to Krasner's characterization of sovereignty as organized hypocrisy. The rhetoric of global governance is heavy with references to the rule of law. And I agree with Jeremy Waldron this afternoon that the rule of law, the ideal of the rule of law in public law, only makes sense in relation to a Republican conception of governance. This fits very nicely with my theme today. So the rhetoric is heavy with references to the rule of law, but the reality, as the United States has taken military action in Iraq, China has become more powerful and assertive, and Russia has invaded Ukraine and annexed the Crimea, is at best mixed. In some respect, democratic pressures remain strong, partly because the democratic ideology is the only one that appears to have universal appeal. But there are trade-offs with other objectives, and as a result, counter-pressures are manifold. Hence, there will be many temptations to make global democracy only nominal, thus extending organized hypocrisy into yet another realm. This lecture focuses on the difficulties that stand in the way of genuine global democratic governance, despite a zeitgeist that emphasizes the value of democracy at all levels of governance. What I fear is that the result will be a relatively empty form of global democracy, what I'm calling nominal democracy. Genuine democracy is responsive to the preferences of real human beings, acting, as Professor Waldron eloquently argued, as members of the public. It requires elections that hold elected leaders accountable to publics and other arrangements that hold non-elected leaders accountable to elected ones. It also requires an effective rule of law with protection of individual rights, a vibrant civil society whose discussions are heard throughout the polity, substantial government transparency, and procedures to ensure that leaders defend their policies in public, along with some opportunities for confidential discussions to promote compromise. Nominal democracy meets democratic standards on the surface and embodies the rhetoric of democracy, but lacks the content. In particular, it lacks Professor Waldron's citizen. Transnational and transgovernmental elite networks can play valuable roles in world politics, but they do not constitute democracy in the classic sense. Contemporary global governance does have two crucial features that promote some semblance of democracy, features that were missing from the classic 19th century balance of power system or the system that prevailed between World Wars I and II. First, it is dominated by constitutional democracies, notably the United States and the member states of the European Union, which requires democracy as a condition of accession. Constitutional democracies have procedures designed to combat special interests, what James Madison referred to as faction, although these procedures are not always effective. Constitutional democracies tend to promote individual and minority rights and foster collective deliberation, although imperfectly. The existence of constitutional democracies is therefore a necessary, although not a sufficient condition for democratic governance at the global level. Second, both the rhetoric and the practice of global multilateral institutions are infused with democratic principles. Their assemblies feature open discussion and voting, and they increasingly manifest in informational transparency. Global institutions, although not procedurally democratic, also perform functions that are supportive of democracy. They help to moderate narrowly nationalistic pressures, for example, in trade policy, through reliance on the principle of generalized reciprocity and through international adjudication. Multilateral institutions also serve to protect individual and minority rights through a variety of more or less legalized institutions. Finally, depending on the willingness of governments to deliberate, they offer forums in which proposals for solutions and best practices can be discussed and experimental governance arrangements tried out. On the surface, at least, these practices mimic democratic ones, although the votes are cast by states rather than by individuals. Although the democratic facade of international institutions may often be used by at least some of its participants merely as a cover for non-democratic practices, generating hypocrisy, as a form of hypocrisy can also make a difference in actual practices. Behind the scenes, however, powerful states may hold the purse strings and constrain decisions in global institutions. In this address, I propose to emphasize the shortcomings of contemporary moves toward democratization of global governance and of democracy as a form of governance at the global level. I'll begin by pointing out that democracy generates trade-offs and dilemmas as much as it provides solutions to governance issues. I will illustrate this argument with reference to money laundering measures by the UN Security Council and attempts to take effective action on climate change. The core of the lecture, then, identifies three gaps in global democratic governance, what I call the interest public goods gap, the emotional gap, and the infrastructure gap. Well-functioning domestic constitutional systems have over decades or centuries developed institutions or common values to avoid creating such gaps or to bridge them. But the contemporary global system does not have parallel institutional or value infrastructure. Practitioners of global governance are therefore like tightrope walkers without a safety net. If the policy dilemmas become too severe or the pressure is too great, they do not have this infrastructure to fall back on. In my view, the three global governance gaps are serious and make it difficult to imagine that truly democratic global governance will appear within the next few decades. But this conclusion is not the counsel of despair for people like ourselves who participate in and even constitute many of the transnational networks that are increasingly numerous and thick. As I will argue at the end of this lecture, there is much that we in this room can do without persuading ourselves that we are the vanguard of truly global democracy. So I'll begin with two dilemmas or trade-offs generated by pressures for global democratic governance. It seems that on some issues, notably those having to do with terrorism, more democratization could foster changes in established practices that might endanger their efficacy, making attainment of worthwhile objectives more difficult. The struggle against terrorism, therefore, highlights a set of trade-offs on which we need to reflect when discussing global governance and democracy. These trade-offs become especially clear when the United Nations Security Council sought action against the financing of terrorism. My argument, therefore, pertains to Professor Waldron's arguments in response to a question about U.S. security policy and the rule of law. Even before the attacks of September 11, 2001, the Security Council passed resolutions designed to restrict money laundering as a means of aiding terrorist groups. In particular, the Security Council invoked the mandatory provisions of Chapter 7 of the UN Charter in its resolutions 1267 and 1373 to require states to impose strict measures to prohibit actions that could facilitate money laundering for terrorists. The Financial Action Task Force has enacted various measures to make these restrictions operational. I will not presume to go into detail on the subject about which many members of this distinguished audience of international legal scholars surely know much more than I, but rather limit myself to a few key points. The Security Council's money laundering measures conflicted with domestic and European rule of law principles. The regime's lack of due process became apparent in 2002 when Sweden pushed for and failed to obtain the removal of 3 Somali-born Swedish citizens who were added to the sanctions list immediately following 9/11. Arguments about due process in the 1267 regime became part of a broader discussion in the UN about the need to incorporate human rights principles into global counterterrorism cooperation. Yet for many years, the Security Council did not modify this regime to address these concerns in any meaningful way. Although a UN body concluded in 2005 that, quote, the many legal challenges to the measures, in particular in Europe and the United States, pose a serious impediment to the success of the sanctions regime, unquote, the Security Council made only minor adjustments to the regime until the European Court of Justice, in the famous Cadi case, challenged it. In 2008, when the court struck down the European regulations implementing the Security Council regulations, it ruled that Cadi had been denied the right to defense, the right to a legal remedy, and the right to property. At this point, the whole sanctions regime was put at risk. Cadi's case led to major institutional reforms, though the process was a slow one. The Security Council changed its procedures grudgingly. They went back a couple times and agreed to the appointment of an ombudsperson in 2010. Since her appointment through last year, at least 26 individuals had been delisted through the process, and only 3 requests had been denied. And this process no longer requires the consent of the Security Council acting jointly. On 5 October 2012, the Security Council declared that the assets freeze, travel ban, and arms embargo formerly applied to Cadi was no longer in effect. But the courts were not satisfied. July 2013, the ECJ issued its decision on the Cadi II appeal, upholding the European General Court's decision to strike down the EU regulation implementing sanctions against Cadi. Not only did the ECJ affirm its right to review all EU measures implementing UN Security Council resolutions, but also suggested that nothing short of an external court will provide sufficient due process for listed individuals. So the Cadi case made clear the tensions between global governance, as practiced by the Security Council, and democratic rule of law principles. The Security Council relied on financial sanctions, but the system lacked any built-in checks and balances. So the great powers, the U.S. in particular, sought to dictate the system, which put prevention of terrorism far above protection of individual rights on a scale of values. Privileging security over rights was unacceptable for the European Court of Justice, and the struggle I've just described ensued. So the dilemma I'm pointing to is that advancing otherwise worthwhile objectives for the common interest, as Professor Waldron indicated this earlier, through global institutions, global, not necessarily democratic, but global governance through the Security Council, conflicted with core values of liberal democracy as interpreted by the court. Of course, this struggle can take place in democratic systems, in domestic systems as well. Lincoln waived habeas corpus during the U.S. Civil War, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt established internment camps for U.S. citizens with Japanese ancestry. However, in an established system of constitutional democracy, there is a court system supposed to rule on the basis of fundamental principles that is able to reach an authoritative judgment. That's not true internationally. It's true in Europe now, but not worldwide. Courts may fail to protect rights, but the fact that they are available to protect rights enhances the chances that principled decisions will prevail, if not immediately, at least later. Let's take up my other case of a dilemma, which is climate change. Advocates of taking action against human-induced climate change resorted beginning in the 1980s to global governance. Within a decade, they had created a formidable set of institutions: the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, to study and support and report on the science, the UNFCCC, the Framework Convention on Climate Change, to make binding rules, and the Kyoto Protocol to the UNFCCC to specify these rules and how they would apply to individual countries. So it's quite an elaborate set of global governance institutions produced within 10 years. In the intervening years, the scientific consensus on the seriousness of the climate threat has only increased. The recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, AR5, states that, quote, in recent decades, changes in climate have caused impacts on natural and human systems on all continents and across the oceans. Yet 17 years after the conference that created the Kyoto Protocol in Berlin, efforts to construct a comprehensive climate change regime have failed, resulting in just a regime complex for climate change rather than a coherent international regime. Although Europe has enacted regulations that create a price for carbon, even that price is very low, with carbon trading under $10 a ton in the winter of 2014. Neither the United States nor China, the two biggest emitters, China first, US second, has enacted strong climate change legislation. And countries that had joined the Kyoto Protocol, such as Canada and Japan, have pulled back and left its constraints. Advocates of serious action on climate have recently lowered their sights. Dick Stewart is here. He has a project on bottom-up strategies to achieve something in the absence of comprehensive regulation by the largest states or an integrated international regime. Regulating climate change is beset by the familiar free rider problem. Virtually everyone in the world would benefit from effective regulation that prevented precipitous increases in temperature and associated climate disruptions, regardless of who implemented reductions in the use of fossil fuels, whose burning generates carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Unfortunately, everyone would benefit unconditionally, regardless of whether they or their country made any contribution to solving the problem. Furthermore, reducing use of fossil fuels is costly. So everyone has an incentive to delay acting, hoping that others will solve the problem, and little or no incentive to be a leader, risking costly action that might not achieve very much if others do not follow. Failing to cooperate is unfortunately a malign equilibrium, and it's difficult to reach a more favorable equilibrium in which all major polluters contribute and face some sort of negative consequences for failing to cooperate. Such an equilibrium is possible. We observe it in international trade, which was beset for decades by an unfavorable protectionist equilibrium. But at climate change, such a transformation has not been achieved. Democracy does not seem to help. That's the problem. Supported by the Obama administration, the American Clean Energy and Security Act of 2009 providing for a cap and trade regime with a price on carbon, passed the House of Representatives by 7 votes, but never came to a vote in the Senate. There were not sufficient votes to pass it in the Senate. Public opinion polling has consistently shown that climate change regulation is low on voters' lists of priorities. There's usually been a plurality of support for legislation, but it's been neither intense nor overwhelming. And in the U.S. political system, supermajority support and intensity are typically required for the passage of controversial major legislation. It is striking that the important measures now being taken by the Obama administration to restrict building of coal-fired power plants are taken by executive action under an interpretation of the Clean Air Act of 1990, not as a result of new legislation. And fortunately, such action has just been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. Understanding the normal rhythms, in Jeremy's terms, of law and public policy should lead us to expect more such actions, which citizens and firms should be expected to anticipate. In 2011, 3 countries that had ratified the Kyoto Protocol, Canada, Japan, and Russia, announced that they would take on no new commitments beginning in 2012. Canada, a democratic country, formally withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol in December 2011, effective December 2012, following all the legal strictures. Its emissions in 2009 were 17% above 1990 levels, although the Kyoto Protocol, which it had signed and ratified, called for its emissions to be 6% below that level by the end of 2012. Although Russia is hardly democratic, Japan and Canada are. And it's reasonable to assume that the measures taken by their governments were not at serious odds with public opinion in their countries. Democracy is a very effective form of government for representing organized interests of corporations, unions, and pensioners, for example. But it does not solve the free rider problem, and is much less good at representing interests that are diffuse, much less those of future generations. The costs of responding to climate change effectively come in the present, in the form of higher utility bills and gasoline prices. The benefits accrue with some uncertainty to future generations. This is not the type of issue to which democracies respond effectively. Furthermore, there is some evidence that having more information about climate change does not necessarily increase concern about it. Research also suggests that climate change does not generate strong moral intuitions from mass publics, and therefore, in the phrase of one paper by a social psychologist, does not motivate an urgent need for action in the way that other moral imperatives do, unquote. Climate change is a wicked problem for democracies, and seeking to regulate it at a global level, while essential due to the nature of the problem, makes it even more difficult to deal with. The dilemma, therefore, in the climate change terms, is that more democratic governance, domestic and internationally, does not make it easier to solve this existential problem. I will now use my two examples of global governance gone awry to illustrate the three gaps that I mentioned at the outset of this talk: the interest public goods gap, the emotional gap, and the infrastructural gap. Our basic theories of politics are based on the assumption that people, in general, act on what they believe to be their own interests. At the local, national, and regional levels, they form associations for this purpose, and they devise strategies to achieve their goals. We believe that if we understand their perceived, we political scientists, believe that if we understand their perceived self-interest and the context in which they operate, including structures of power, we can at least make a start in understanding and even anticipating their behavior. This insight is the core of interest group theories of politics and of most studies of world politics. It can even accommodate an understanding of values and norms, as well as political psychology, if we recognize that normative and psychological considerations affect how people view their own interests. In this case, of course, we have to explain the preferences that derive from values and norms. But what if our overriding long-term interests lie in the direction of a genuinely public good, such as prevention of runaway climate change? On the basis of our own relatively narrowly defined self-interest, we are likely to try to push the burden of preventing or adjusting to climate change onto others, people in other countries or in future generations, which is what the U.S. has tried for the last 25 years. But some of us, at least in our more public-spirited moments, recognize that to act in this way is to sacrifice the much greater public good. That is, this is agreement with Professor Waldron, individuals need to see themselves, as Professor Waldron argued, as citizens, quote, not just as the bearer of a private interest, but typically in our democracies we see ourselves as bearers of a private or limited group interest. Successful states have found ways to deal with public goods protection at least some of the time. And take a look at the murals on the wall. In the extreme case, both democracies and non-democracies have proved murderously successful at persuading their citizens to fight and die in war. We are in a hall in which war was authorized by the ruling groups of Florence, and whose murals depict largely battles, other struggles. Employing the rhetoric of nationalism and demonizing the other became very effective ways of mobilizing human energy, as we saw in the French Revolution and as we see in the Ukraine today. But at the global level, there is no readily identifiable other, at least until extraterrestrials are reliably identified. So the most effective national strategy for closing the interest public goods gap, that is, mobilizing often for war against the other, is not available on global governance issues, not until the Martians attack the world. And as we have seen, this strategy has not been available within the United States with respect to climate change. It's even less available globally. Second gap is an emotional gap. The discussion of nationalism raises the role of emotions in politics. Global governance is a very rationalistic Enlightenment project. So is this admirable new society, as Professor Cassisi described it, a perfect representation of 18th century rationalism. Global governance, therefore, often seems bloodless, technocratic, and bureaucratic, does not engage the soul, and does not generate strong feelings of identity. The populist reaction we now see against the European Union and immigration in a variety of European countries, especially Britain and France, suggests the continuing power of emotions and feelings of identity in the contemporary world. Europe, at least, can aspire to a sense of place and history, once again we're in Florence, that cannot be achieved by genuinely global governance. Yet the European Union has been notably unsuccessful in building emotional support among its people. In the United States, the national anthem is played at sports events, such as baseball games, even ordinary games, and at high-toned ceremonies, such as the Harvard University commencement. One can sense, watching on television, the intensely patriotic identity of the New York Yankees manager when the national anthem is being played before a baseball contest. When Aretha Franklin sang the national anthem at Harvard last month at commencement, she brought tears to many eyes. The American national anthem may not be a great piece of music, and it was composed during the only war during which the United States Capitol was occupied and burned by an enemy army. But it resonates with Americans, reflecting their shared emotional identity. Even this slave-era, defeated warlike anthem, without much musical quality, resonates with Americans and reflects their shared emotional identity. Hence, tears came to people's eyes when Aretha Franklin, descendant of slaves, of course, sang the national anthem. Much more than the European anthem resonates with Europeans, despite the latter's much higher level of musical content. And there is no cosmopolitan global anthem. When national economic or political strategies fail, there is still the nation. People rally around its symbols, which provide an energy and strength to the country. When a cosmopolitan strategy fails, there is no safety net. Finally, the infrastructure gap. Let's think again about the Cadi case, which I discussed earlier. One way to understand what was missing there is to think about legal and institutional infrastructure. There were no precedents at the global level for dealing with money laundering, no history of combating organized crime, prohibition, or gambling at the global level. No laws already criminalized certain activities while constraining what the authorities could do as a result of previous legislation and court decisions. When the Security Council seized on the issue of money laundering, it faced an institutional vacuum. No wonder that its policies were extreme and were viewed by many as an abuse of power that required pushback. Not only were legal institutions missing, so was the infrastructure of civil society. There was no World Civil Liberties Union or World Bar Association organized on a global transnational basis and effective in this space. Democracy requires, as Robert D. Putnam has argued, voluntary associations, whether bowling leagues or choral societies. If such institutions of global society had existed, there would still have been no global media able to magnify and focus complaints and to demand answers from leaders in a public forum. In the actual situation, leaders could hide behind their national security bureaucracies and obscure their own roles because of the non-transparent bargaining institution that is the Security Council. Powerful and personal institutions generally seek to expand their power until checked. At the global level, there is neither the legal nor the civil society infrastructure to achieve this worthwhile end. The key element of such an infrastructure would, of course, be an active global citizenry who think in terms, to quote Professor Waldron, quote, the importance of legislative governance, as, unquote, as well as of their own legal expectations. So it's no wonder that global governance is so flawed and so lacking in genuine democratic content. It's even harder than within governments to pursue public goods, yet global institutions are expected distinctively to achieve public goods. Emotional support for difficult and dangerous activities is lacking, and there is little institutional or civil society infrastructure to make democracy work effectively and to push back against abuses of power. I'm going to conclude from about 5 or 7 minutes. As the trite phrase suggests, global problems demand global solutions. But this is an abstract slogan. Functionally, it is correct, but in politics, demand does not automatically bring forth supply. And there is no guarantee that the global institutions that emerge will be democratic in character. The symbols of democracy are all around us as we contemplate the institutions of global governance, but the substance is elusive. Without emotional support, embodied in strong feelings of identity, people are unlikely to participate actively when their own actions seem to have little impact, much less to internalize the need for public global goods global public goods and pay for them. And without the legal, institutional, and civil society infrastructure that makes democracy work, nominal democratization can conceal either the routine or ruthless actions of faceless bureaucrats. Many global residents may not even give democracy priority if they believe that tackling such issues as climate change is made more difficult and tragically too late by the requirement of wide discussion and consent. Others may not want to pay the price in more terrorism at the margin if the due process requirements have to be met to block bank accounts and to execute suspected terrorists through drone attacks. We will continue, I expect, to hear more calls for global democracy, but the people issuing those calls may not have fully considered the dilemmas and trade-offs involved, much less the interests, emotions, and infrastructure that would be required to make global democracy work. Realizing global democracy will be difficult. It is Max Weber's long, slow boring of hard boards, and it's unlikely to occur quickly. More progress has been made, including by a number of people in this room, toward a global legal structure, which is a necessary but not sufficient condition for a viable global constitutional democracy. For a global constitutional democracy to emerge, there will have to be a further creation of global identities involving a transformation of the concept of citizenship and an internalization of global citizenship around the world. Sustaining global democracy will require establishing a distinctively democratic global infrastructure on a worldwide basis. Meanwhile, however, the costs and trade-offs of global democratization will provide ample incentives for those in power to turn the rhetoric of global democracy into the reality of nominal democracy. Making the world more democratic is a noble cause, and in my view, it's worthwhile if pursued realistically with a long-term agenda. It will not be achieved simply through rational argument. It requires institutional, legal, and social infrastructure patiently built through the years. It requires attention to symbolism that is deep and engages the emotions rather than thinly rhetorical. And it requires not just generosity of spirit, but the ability to frame issues in a way that induces contributions to the public good. That is, it requires leadership that is not only capable of brokering deals among states or large transnational actors, but of speaking to the hearts and minds of global publics while being held broadly accountable. We are a long way from having reached the point at which such accountable global leadership is possible, but one of our aspirations should be to create the conditions for the next generation to have such leadership. Can we in this new society help to create such conditions? We are lawyers, legal scholars, academic social scientists, normative theorists. Very few of us probably have the popular touch. So the inspiring cross-cultural political leaders that we need are unlikely to be sitting in our ranks today. But there are three things we can do to create the conditions for the global political leadership that will surely be needed. First, we can work to develop structures of international public law that mesh with democratic constitutional systems and that promote fairness and genuine due process, as Professor Waldron has described it. These legal structures may not be fully democratic, but they can reduce arbitrariness and increase the fairness of practices engaged in by the great powers within the context of the Security Council or otherwise. Second, we can encourage, monitor, and criticize our current leaders. In particular, we can help to ensure they don't get away with passing off nominal democracy, nationally, regionally, or globally, as actual democracy. Those of us from the United States see such casuistry frequently. Consider, for example, the debate about the use of lethal drones. The United States seems to me to have resorted to a classic defense of lethal drones based on a nominal view of democracy. The practices are justified, it is claimed, because they've been authorized by a government that was elected and in many ways behaves according to democratic principles. A claim that the United States is democratic is extended to the claim that because it is democratic, its practices that have been authorized by the executive with the claimed implicit or explicit consent of Congress are also democratic. But the argument does not follow, because the practices that this government uses to combat terrorism are among its least democratic, not authorized by legislation, not transparent, without effective checks and balances. The fault may lie with Congress as much as with the executive, but in either case, calling current practices democratic is a form of what Giovanni Sartori once called concept stretching. In this case, the concept of democracy is stretched to cover practices that have so far have not been democratically authorized and the principles for which are not transparent. Third, secondly, we can hold leaders accountable. Third, we can build transnational networks. This society is doing that. These societies do not constitute democracy, yet they provide some of the infrastructure for it by nurturing civil society at the elite level. These networks and the personal ties and solidarity that they can nurture can help to substitute to some extent for Putnam's bowling leagues and church suppers. We get to know one another, to build multidimensional ties, and therefore to create what Putnam calls social capital. Social capital can help us to work with one another to provide public goods, may even provide some new kinds of emotional ties that substitute to some extent for nationalism. That is, our professional associations and the public-private partnerships and transnational regulatory organizations that we help to nurture can help to build an infrastructure for global democratic governance. This infrastructure is not sufficient, since it's insufficiently popular, but is necessary. Finally, I have said that leadership is essential. A fine recent book on leadership declares that, quote, leaders determine or clarify goals for a group of individuals and bring together the energies of members of that group to accomplish these goals, unquote. With respect to global governance, the group of individuals is the active, publicly oriented population of the whole world, and the task of determining or clarifying goals is a daunting one. So as I have emphasized, creating the conditions under which such global leadership is possible is one of the tasks we face. Although we cannot provide essential political leadership, we can prepare ourselves to recognize it when we see and support good leaders, while we help to keep them accountable. Global democratic governance will require good leadership, but such leadership cannot thrive till people like us and groups like this one have worked to create the political infrastructure that makes it possible. In his last major and prescient address, Martin Luther King, Jr. offered the vision of a promised land of racial justice, but forecast that he would not live to see it. We may not live to see democratic global governance, but like Dr. King, in a much smaller way, we can engage in the long, slow boring of hard boards that can make it possible for others to realize this dream for future generations. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for this sobering and very, you put a picture that is incredibly precise and analytic and critical that makes us think about all these things. And we have two official discussants. The first one is Professor Sheila Ben Habib.
Dear colleagues and students, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking Sabino Cassesi and Joseph Weiler for founding this organization. I'm truly honored to be invited and delighted to comment on Professor Cohen's lecture, my one-time chair in the Department of Government at Harvard and the leading advocate of what we call liberal internationalism in a little bit of IR language, mixed in with a good dose of realism. Now, Cohen intervenes in a debate which I have named legal utopianism versus democratic skepticism. As many of you in this room know, and you are participants in this discussion, while there is a very wide-ranging conversation across many disciplines, not just jurisprudence, international law, political theory, but also cultural theory, let us say, about the concepts of global constitutionalism, constitutionalism beyond the state, cosmopolitan democracy, or global democratic governance, etc. There is skepticism among democratic theorists concerning this project, at times ranging from hostility, from skepticism to hostility. For example, Robert Dahl's famous early article in the early 1990s, Can international organizations be democratic, ended with a resounding no. And in the mid-2000s, Thomas Nagel's famous article on the problem of global justice basically claimed that without a refurbished sovereign Leviathan that would accept its international obligations, etc., that justice could not be attained. Cohen's argument that democracy at the global level is unachievable is that maybe it is unachievable and maybe it is even undesirable, and I think he's vacillating between the two, except that the reference to Martin Luther King makes me think that maybe he thinks it is a worthwhile goal, but I'd like to throw him out on that. There are three problems that beset global governance institutions in Cohen's account: the interest-public goods gap, the emotional gap, and the infrastructure gap. I want to argue that Cohen overestimates the significance of the first two, that is, the gap between interest and public goods and the so-called emotional gap. And while I want to say that the infrastructure gap is a real problem, but one that moves sovereign states willy-nilly towards structures of global governance, seeking them out, whether or not they're democratic, I'm still leaving open. Cohen begins by listing trade-offs as between democratization and the fight against terrorism, and he considers the famous Cuddy decision. Since Gronya de Borca has written so elegantly and incisively about the Cuddy decision, it's not my place here to consider it. But the one point that I want to pick on is that I'm very puzzled by Cohen's claim that the European Court of Justice affirmed its right to review all EU measures implementing UN Security Council resolutions. Quote, it also suggested nothing short of an external court will provide sufficient due process for listed individuals, end of quote. Well, what is really wrong with this? Can Cohen really establish that the sanctions list of the UN Security Council either had as much efficiency or legitimacy as it claimed for itself? I think that this list made bloated claims to effectivity on the part of the sanctions institution, probably best proved by the fact that with the presence of the ombudsman, 26 individuals had to be delisted. But more importantly, why is the oversight of a court so objectionable? Clearly, courts have the obligation to protect the human rights claims of their citizens and denizens. This kind of protection strengthens democracy at home as well. Compare here the actions of the FISA Court, the Federal Intelligence Security Administration Court, under Chief Justice Roberts' leadership, which is basically null. They basically approve all the requests for, the wiretapping and surveillance that comes to them. And we now know the extent of the violation of American citizens and residents' civil rights, and for this we have to be thankful to Edward Snowden. I think the presence of independent courts can contribute to improving the performance of GGIs, global governance institutions, and deflate their claims to legitimacy, and in this case, the Security Council, by protecting the international rights of citizens of democracies or also their civil rights. Cohen's second example of difficult trade-offs concerns climate change and the resistance of democracies to adopt necessary measures resulting in a regime for complex climate change rather than a coherent international regime. I agree with him here, particularly under conditions of economic crises and instability. The temptation of democratic governments is to give in to short-term interests rather than long-term interests. And as Cohen points out, democracies cannot solve free rider problems very well. We would all benefit from a cleaner environment. Neither can democracies represent diffuse interests and the interests of future generations very well. But here again, global governance institutions may be needed to save democracies from their own sins and short-term self-destructive interests. There is one dimension that Cohen underestimates, and this leads me to one of his major objections or reservations about the possibility of democracy namely the gap that he sees between the concept of interest and that of public goods. Now, fortunately, Cohen proceeds from a conception of interest that is not narrowly economic, but he includes value preferences in interests as well. But I don't believe that this is enough. There has been a significant and long debate in democratic theory whether we should understand democracy in terms of a system of interest aggregation, basically advocated by the pluralistic empiricist democracy models, much favored by American political science, or whether we should understand democracy also in more deliberative terms and as entailing possible interest transformations as well. All successful democracies, I think, have to combine both sets of institutions. Both those are interest aggregating, but those also that are interest transferring and transforming. But the essence of democracy is not interest aggregation. It is rather, to use John Dewey's definition, the self-organization of a human community toward the intelligent solution of common problems. Democracies involve, in this sense, deliberation toward common goods and problems, and do entail the possible transformation of interest. Now, there's quite a bit of empirical evidence that such processes can take place. To take a few examples, while macro-level measures, such as to combat climate change, may still be missing, many communities the world over practice recycling voluntarily, establish community gardens, and try to stop the use of fossil fuels. When one considers the fact that the modern ecology movement may hardly be older than the 50 years often dated to the publication of Rachel Carson's The Silenced Spring and maybe the emergence of Greenpeace, why shouldn't we be encouraged that in about half a century or 60 years, global consciousness about ecology and climate change has become so widespread? Another example is the transformation of assumptions concerning women's rights and women's equality. Out of the 195 or so odd states and state-like institutions represented in the UN, 183 are state parties to CEDAW, while 99 are signatories. This, of course, does not mean that either women's oppression and exploitation has been stopped or that the battle for women's equal rights have been won. No, but my point is that today even Islamic countries are struggling with the problem of women's equal rights, and in this respect, the presence of international law and transnational law is playing a very important role. For example, in recent struggles in countries such as Egypt and Tunisia, around the drafting of the constitutions that would be able to accommodate both secular and religious parties, the fact that both countries were signatories to the CEDAW caused consternation when it came to articulating women's rights and the question of how to reconcile Sharia law with the equality rights stipulated by CEDAW. Egypt had already placed a reservation on Article 16 of the CEDAW concerning the equality of men and women in marriage, restricting the right of divorce unilaterally to the man saying, as some of you may know, talaq, talaq, talaq 3 times. The equal status of women's rights issues was one of the many themes around which Egypt's successive parliaments could not reach agreement, the other being the rights of religious minorities. Now, similar concerns about the equal status of women and Tunisia's obligations under CEDAW were also raised during the rule of the Ennahda party, and in an interesting turn of events, religious women's groups mobilized themselves against the egalitarian causes of CEDAW, arguing that women's equality did not mean full functional and legal equality, but rather the complementarity of male and female roles. Thus, for many of us belonging to an earlier generation of feminists, Moroccan feminists revived arguments to what was referred to in the height of the women's movement in the 1970s as difference feminism as opposed to equality feminism, but as a result of the fact that I think there was genuinely quite an open discourse in the Tunisian constitutional process, that the Tunisian parliament passed Article 45, guaranteeing women's rights and parity for women in elected bodies, the first in the Arab world. Now, I don't doubt that Bob Cohen would not disagree with any of these examples. Rather, my point in raising these examples is that Bob is, I think, quite forgetful of the role of global social movements, and particularly transnational law, and I would say transnational human rights law, in transforming arguments within democracies and creating this global wind for equality. In the section called the emotional gap, how am I doing on time? I need another 5 minutes. Yeah. In the section called the emotional gap, Cohen, in my view, concedes much too much to a regressive nationalism. This may be the strongest critique that I will make of you in this talk. And his liberalism disappears behind an emotional cloud. Of course, peoples have attachments to their countries, to their cities, to their patria, to their flags. But these attachments are always multiple, sometimes contradictory, often caught in agonistic and competing narratives. To use my colleague Bruce Ackerman's phrase, which is actually the phrase of the Constitution, we the people is not an identity that we have in the same way that we have hair color or possess an item of clothing. We the people is an identity that is created in the course of history through struggle, forging narratives to reestablish and renegotiate the contours of this we. Nationalism precisely is the ideology that the people are always already constituted by a set of pre-political characteristics of the ethnos, such as language, religion, race, culture, and ethnicity. But democracy is precisely the site of the enactment of the contentious struggle between the demos and the ethnos. And in this sense, I'm not quite sure whether Cohen is not making it a little too easy for himself when he lampoons the fact that there is no cosmopolitan global anthem. Well, for some generations, La Marseillaise, Bandiera Rossa, or the Internazionale came as close to being global, cosmopolitan anthems, and I see nothing wrong by being moved by Beethoven's Ode to Joy. And I'm going to tweak Bob here a little bit, because as far as I know, and I may be wrong about this, our famous national anthem in the United States, Da 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 Da, was a Hessian drinking song, which was then subsequently adopted. So much for nations. Now, I agree with the question of the infrastructure gap. At the global level, we are missing the associational, legal, and medial infrastructure, but this is also rapidly changing, and I think that there is a great deal of sociological evidence that global civil society is much more widespread and much more intense than Bob Cohen's more formal nation-centered perspective leads him to adopt. However, and these are my concluding words, my reasons for partially agreeing with Cohen that there may not be global democracy is an argument that goes back to Montesquieu and Kant, and one would need much more time to develop this. Democracies can only be housed in republics, and here I agree with Jeremy. But republics are self-governing entities in which there is some sense of responsibility towards the good that is accomplished in our name and shame at the bad or the evil that is committed in our name as well. This is not nationalism. It is a sense of civic duty and civic responsibility. But the question is that the nation state that has, for the last several centuries, housed the democratic constitutional republic is itself in such a process of dysfunctionality that to go back to Stephen Krasner's famous book, the title of this book is not that nominal democracy is organized hypocrisy, but the title was Sovereignty is Organized Hypocrisy. So the globe cannot become a republic, but the globe can become a federation. So between the talk of global democracy and the sovereigntist state project is a project of global democratic federationalism, and I see the global constitutional work that many of you in this room are performing as a contribution to such a global democratic federalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Certainly now issue has been joined. We'll give Professor Cohen a chance to answer, but first of all, we have the second discussant, Gronia de Burca.
Thank you. And can I join the other speakers before me in thanking the founders of this society, Joseph Weiler, Michelle Rosenfeld, Sabino Cassese, Lorenzo Cassini, and I think probably many others whose names we're not mentioning and who are behind the creation of the society and this very successful conference. And thanks too to the City of Florence and the other sponsors, the EUI and NYU, for supporting it. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be asked to respond to Bob Keohane's paper, this very stimulating and challenging paper, especially on the topic of democracy and global governance, to which he's contributed so much over the decades. And I agree with Michelle's original comment that this is a sobering talk. I don't read it as a pessimistic one, and I think my reading of it differs a bit from Sheila's in that I think I read in Bob's paper a belief in the ultimate possibility of global democracy. But nonetheless, it's a sobering talk because he reflects on the fact that despite all of the talk about democracy and the symbols of democracy in the context of international governance, the reality is that to the extent that there is something at present that we could call democracy at the level of global governance, it's purely nominal. In other words, that's the name we give it, but it doesn't have the essential attributes of what could be considered to be true democracy when considered in a domestic nation-state context. And the essence of true democracy, I think this is important because I think this is also a difference between Bob and Sheila as I heard her. The essence of true democracy, as Bob describes it, is that it's responsive to the preferences of real human beings. And he describes three essential prerequisites of democracy: elections to ensure accountability, effective rule of law and protection of rights, and a vibrant civil society. And despite the fact that on the positive side, as he presents it, global governance is for now dominated by constitutional democracies, and global multilateral institutions increasingly manifest transparency and perform some of the functions of democracy, like fostering collective deliberation and protecting minority rights. On the negative side, he points to these three gaps that make democracy in the global governance context purely nominal at present. And the gaps are the interest-public goods gap, the emotional gap, and the institutional gap. And I'll come back to those later. But I see two positive or optimistic dimensions then in Bob's paper that kind of counter this critical view of nominal democracy. And the first is that he has a suggestion that for global constitutional democracy to emerge, which he sees as something that is a possibility, albeit further down the road, there will need to be creation of global identities, transformation in the concept of citizenship, and the establishment of an adequate democratic global infrastructure. And I think this line of analysis in his paper, although it describes a development that he says will be, I read it first as long, slow and boring, but you were describing the boring of boards, but long and slow in any case, if not boring, suggests that a move towards global constitutional democracy is possible. The idea of global democracy is not just a pipe dream, it's a difficult journey. So I think that's a very sort of positive, optimistic even outlook in his paper. And he's not suggesting that this kind of global democracy, if it were to emerge, would be purely nominal. He suggests that a truly global constitutional democracy can be envisaged if the right conditions were to exist and to be established. Then the second positive dimension, I think, in his paper is his concrete proposal about the immediate steps that can now be taken, not to actually create global democracy, but to create the conditions for the next generation, that's everyone here in the room and others, to develop accountable global leadership and more democratic global governance practices. And he has three suggestions again: developing structures of international law to reduce arbitrariness and increase fairness of practices, to monitor, encourage and criticise leaders, and to build transnational networks, or to continue building the transnational networks that provide the infrastructure for nurturing global civil society. So in all, I read his paper as an optimistic one, despite its clear-eyed critique of the current state of purely nominal global democratic governance. He believes, first, that democratic global governance is achievable even if over the long term, and slowly and painfully. Secondly, he has a set of immediately achievable steps to propose that would help the current generation pave the way for the next generation to create more accountable global leadership and democratic governance. And while I don't want to strike a pessimistic note in response to this energising paper, not least because I've myself written in the past on the possibilities for developing democracy beyond the state, nevertheless, I do want to discuss first the difficulties, or how the difficulties of developing robust democratic governance within the European Union, and that's something Bob adverted to in passing, I think, in his paper, might be taken to suggest that the prospects for global democracy of the kind we've come to know and value at nation-state level may be even more complex and difficult and unpredictable than Bob suggests in his paper. I think if we take the EU as a kind of a regional natural experiment in the possibilities of global democracy, and we think about the numerous efforts that have been put in over decades now, but particularly in the last decade and a half, to strengthen its democratic quality, we still see intractable democratic difficulties in the EU. Popular alienation, distance between the ordinary citizen, the voter, and the EU as a governing entity. In other words, the essence of democracy, as described by Bob, responsiveness to real persons, remains elusive in the EU context, despite the work that's been done to build democratic institutions there, despite parliamentary elections, a powerful European Parliament, democratically elected members of the Council of Ministers, enshrined principles of transparency, a strong EU court, layers of constitutional rights protection, and so on. Repeated attempts have been made to address precisely the three gaps described by Bob: the collective interest formation dimension, the emotional dimension, we have an EU flag, anthem, citizenship and so on, and the infrastructural institutional dimension, and this is very strong in the EU, the Parliament, the courts, and so on. And yet the crucial element of responsiveness to the preferences of real human beings, that core democratic quality, remains strained and contested in the EU. I think anyone observing the unfolding of the euro crisis and its aftermath will attest to that. So that's my first cautionary note about the possibilities for democratic global governance. The second cautionary note I want to put on the table a bigger in some ways and maybe somewhat alarming question of whether there might actually be an unavoidable trade-off between democracy and global governance. So what do I mean by that? Well, the phenomenon of increasing global interdependence, just like European interdependence, Europe has an admirable founding mission of what's been called the civilizing of interstatal relations. That's a great good and a powerfully positive force in all sorts of ways. And I think perhaps now also an irreversible force. We live in a deeply interdependent world, and it's difficult to imagine any state cutting itself off for long and its citizens from significant interactions with others, even if they try. But it may be that this same interdependence, globalization, and even global governance, despite having reduced warfare and increased human welfare in all kinds of ways, maybe in some ways inevitably weakens the quality of existing democratic governance, state-based democratic governance. And we've seen elements of this phenomenon clearly in the EU, the fact of executive dominance gradually weakening the role, the scope, the cogency, the effectiveness of domestic democratic mechanisms and systems. And if that phenomenon is true at EU level, although some might disagree, we know writers such as Moravchik have claimed there is no democratic deficit in the EU and that it's highly democratic. But if it's true at EU level, it's also true at international level. The role of technocratic, we think of the Troika, but the role of technocratic international institutions, think of Bob's pertinent example of the UN Security Council, also the IMF and various others. If we think of these and what's been very sharply described in the literature as collusive delegation by national governments to international bodies and agencies that has enabled government executives to work collectively at international level, but in ways that bypass or exclude national democratic institutions. And this has given rise to worries that globalization and global interdependence might in some ways weaken or undermine the quality of domestic democracy. So even if globalization and global interdependence may enhance the democratic quality of undemocratic states, and even this remains empirically contested, I think the question does remain overall whether, despite the unquestioned benefits of global interdependence, there's a net weakening in the quality of democracy worldwide, including within formerly strongly democratic states. It may be, of course, that the weakening of democratic democracy domestically is to be explained by many other factors and not mainly or even significantly by the growth of globalization. But I think it's a question we need to pose, and I want to put it out there in response to Bob's paper. But despite those two sobering points that I've made, I also want to finish very much in the spirit of Bob's paper and his positive conclusion with two more optimistic points. I think the first is that even if we were to concede, and many might not, that democracy and global governance or global democracy will never be what it is in the domestic constitutional context at present and can only be something very different which might not meet the strongest essence of democracy as described by Bob, responsiveness to real human preferences. Nevertheless, what we can and should do is, as I suggested elsewhere, is to engage in what I've called democratic striving. And by this I mean, as Bob has also suggested in his paper, to enhance and promote all of the values of democracy as we currently understand them in all of the settings of global governance. In other words, the fullest possible participation, as much transparency as is possible and compatible with effective governing, the strongest types of accountability we can develop, mechanisms for protection of human rights and minorities, freedom of communication and protection and development of free media, and many more. In other words, even if we acknowledge that there will never be global democracy as we know it in the nation-state context, we should continually strive to infuse every part of the global governance system with democratic principles, even if necessary in a translated way, a way that changes those mechanisms and forms from the domestic to the transnational level. And we should also be constantly attentive to the risk that domestic democracy may be weakened by global or international mechanisms, and constantly strive to strengthen the institutions and mechanisms of domestic and regional democratic systems. So global governance, I think, won't reflect democracy as we know it today at nation-state level, but hopefully we can strive for a more democratized and democracy-promoting form of governance than we have at present. And the second and final point I want to make, which relates to this and again builds on Bob's recommendations for strengthening the conditions under which global democracy could flourish and grow, I want to emphasize the crucial role of connections between levels of governance. So we have local, national, regional, international, global, transnational governance forms and mechanisms. And democratizing global governance, in my view, is not just about making international organizations more transparent or more participatory or more accountable. It's not just about having elections to regional and global assemblies or making transnational networks more responsive or more representative. But it's also, as I've already mentioned, being very careful not to undermine and striving to strengthen local forms of democracy. And it's also about trying to develop synergies between the different levels of governance. To try to enhance democracy and global governance, I think we need to create more iterated and joined-up forms of governing, forging links between the local, the transnational, the regional, the national, the infranational, and the international. And if we can do some of these things and keep our minds always focused on the essential component values of democracy and how these might be translated and promoted in global settings, as well as preventing them from being undermined in domestic settings, and think about the links between the different existing levels of governance, I think we have the beginnings of a map to travel the long, slow, hard, but not boring road that was ultimately very worthwhile and described by Bob. So just to conclude, I think I liked Sheila's outline in the beginning of the two camps, the legal utopians and the democratic skeptics. I think I fall somewhere in between those two. And if I read Bob's paper correctly, I think he probably does too. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your nuanced and multifaceted response. And now I would ask Professor Corain if he could give a brief answer. I know there were a lot of points raised, but if possible, we would like to have one or two audience questions.
Yes, I agree. It'll be brief. I appreciate the comments by both discussants. I'm going to start with Grania's comments. I want to thank her for her excellent summary of my arguments. Her summary of my views is correct. And I think that her emphasis on democratic striving and on the various levels of governance is entirely right. And she talks about those levels in a way that Sheila also used the word, which I agree with, about federalism at the end. But I want to clarify and thank Sheila for forcing me to clarify some points, because clearly I wasn't entirely clear in some of my arguments. Most of my talk was analytical. It was about assessing reality, how things are, not how they should be. So I pointed to dilemmas, trade-offs, interest politics, nationalism, lack of infrastructure, none of which I favor. I do have a normative view on some of these issues. I thought it was clear, but it wasn't. Genuine global democracy would be desirable, period. Nominal democracy would not necessarily be desirable. Second, I'm favorably inclined toward the ECJ opinions on Qadi. I'm almost entirely on the ECJ side and not on the Security Council side. And thirdly, I'm very critical of nationalism. I'm no nationalist, but I wanted to point out how powerful it is. One of my personal passions is ecology. I've been active in environmental movements, not non-professionally, for 30 years. But the progress is very slow. The pace of climate change is a lot faster than the pace of our successful mobilization on climate change. And that surprised me. I thought we'd move faster. So my lesson is, don't kid yourself. I think you're kidding yourself. Shayla, when you look at our elite friends mobilizing a tiny proportion of the world's population and put too much weight on it, we're not winning on climate change. And democracy is part of the dilemma. So I wanted to strengthen the appreciation of dilemmas and trade-offs, of those of us who are dedicated to the ideal of global democratic governance. I wanted to do so that we can be more effective over the long term by actually seeing what's in the way, seeing the trade-offs and dilemmas, and not airbrushing them over. Thank you.
Thank you. We have little time remaining, and I open it up for a few questions. Okay. Go ahead, Erica Devet, if you can get the microphone.
Thank you very much. I'm Erika de Wet from the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and I would like to congratulate all three speakers for their very stimulating presentations. I have a rather provocative comment, a rather skeptical one, which is influenced by the fact that I am now living again back in my home country and looking at these things and democracy at the global level from a South African perspective. And I just find it extremely worrying that we are imposing or trying to impose standards on international law and the making of international law and governance that most national states do not adhere to on the national level, those very same states that are also responsible for international governance. If we take the African continent as a very brief example, 54 states, more than a quarter of the world's states, of which I can count those that are more than nominal democracies on my very one hand. And this doesn't seem to be improving. To the contrary, also, Western influence on the continent is waning due to the rising of China and Russia, and that it's so much easier to do business with those countries who don't attach strings like good governance and human rights to development aid and other business transactions. There's a general recoiling on the African continent from broader accountability procedures such as the ICC and just the abolition of the SADC tribunal after only one decision that didn't suit the governments. My point being that this doesn't show towards stronger democracy on the national and the regional level. And that I think that at this point in time, it is unrealistic to strive for that on the global level, and that we have to look at other forms of legitimacy to compensate, because democracy is not going to be the answer in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Back there.
Thank you. Yofi Tirosh from Tel Aviv University. My comment is really about the whole wonderful afternoon and evening that we're having. I'm ambivalent about the attempts that are, understandable to offer grand theories. So we heard words like federalism and democracy and global governance. And I think my point ties to the previous point, to Professor Ben-Habib's point, and to Joe Weiler's points before. I think there's something in those general grand ideas that is very, very easily makes my English is disappearing. I'm sorry. Makes voices that their experience is only about power. There was a resistance to the word power in the previous panel. Marginalization, silencing, oppression, whatever. Ways in which they do not get to participate in the process of grand theorizing, of interjecting, wonderfully freeing theories. So it's not really a question, but it's a point of concern, maybe articulated less diplomatically than my previous speakers, but it was important for me to put it on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ingo Fenske from the University of Amsterdam. I was wondering whether you don't put the threshold a bit too high with regard to the social preconditions for meaningful democratic processes, and whether there's not much more out there, actually. Well, with regard, the threshold might be too high. We might not need the Martians to build bonds strong enough for us to go to war, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the bonds required beyond the state might also be weaker in light of the international public authority that we do see there, and that needs justification, so that it should be attuned to the problems that we face there. But that has been, to some extent, elaborated upon by the commentators. I would like to make a small point on the question on the, isn't there much more out there, and refer to quite a bit of empirical work that Michael Zürn has done with regard to the politicization of international public authority, with quite some surprising results, where he shows that the majority of Germans actually believe that international institutions such as the World Bank, the IMF, are more influential than the federal government, not only in the world, but even within Germany. And there's a lot of confidence in international institutions such as the UN, which you might find surprising, which I was surprised by the figures, that the majority of people in the world, according to the PEW, what is it called, the World Attitude Survey, have a lot of confidence in the UN, even beyond Europe, in China and in India. And that leads to politicization that does have effects, such as we can see in the international investment regime. So I was wondering if there's not much more out there already, and whether the threshold is not too high. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So what I propose to do is that give the floor very briefly to each of the three people who have talked. So in reverse order. So Gronya, would you like to make a final comment?
I guess I just want to make one comment back to Erica, because the others two were more in the nature of saying where is power in the discourse, and there's more out there, which is interesting to reflect on. But I find Erica's comment depressing, realistic and sobering, but depressing. But what would you advise then? So there's a retreat from these values because of the rise of China. Do we then go towards China? So what do we then say? Time to drop some of this democratic language. They won't accept the language of human rights. We can't use it. If we want to have influence in Africa, we have to compete with China. So I find the alternative just as unpalatable, even though this may seem unrealistic. So obviously there are strategic and diplomatic ways of finding influence as an international organization that doesn't overstate one's claims. But I'd find it very depressing to think we have to rush towards the opposite too.
Thank you, Sheila.
Okay, this is on, I guess. Just a few points. Democracy is not an empirical concept. It is both analytical and normative. And I do not agree with the definition of democracy as responsiveness to the preferences of real human beings. You will say why? Because it cannot explain the problem of losers. Unless, and I'm not sure that Bob and I disagree about this, but it is an important conversation. Unless you have an understanding of democracy as going beyond simply the ballot box, unless you go beyond the minimalist understanding of democracy, you cannot explain the problem of why losers, successive losers, would remain as part of the democratic process, why there would be the trade-off between voice, or would not be the trade-off between voice and exit, as Albert Hirschman might say. We need a more full-fledged concept of democracy particularly in the global context where the minimalist understanding of democracy has done incredible damage to countries in the Middle East. So maybe Erica and I need to have a very long conversation about parts of the global south or the global middle, because I think it was quite wrong for the US administration to simply say democracy is the will of the people as performed by a ballot box in countries that had not even concluded their constitutional process, that did not even have time to really go through the constitutionalist experiment. And I think this is part of the dilemma of globalization. None of us is responsible for globalization. It is an animal that we are trying to tame. I'm sorry. The best definition of globalization is the one that is given by Tony Giddens, the shortening of the space-time reaction of social causes. We are not causing it. All of us, I think, are reacting to it, including democracies. But there is also something called global capital, which, along with the infrastructure, is leading the charge. And I don't feel comfortable speaking about reforming global governance institutions without also addressing the fact that this is a question of global distributive justice, economic justice, and that it is not just a matter of, fixing levels of interaction, although I completely agree with both my colleagues that a lot of the good game is going to be at the regional levels of governance. But I think we have to be a little bit more honest about the fact that we are trying to tame very often the effects of processes that are not under the control of democratic governments themselves, and that there is significant dissent within the community. Take the discussion between Great Britain and Germany about policy, economic policy within the EU, but I wanted to bring the economic back into the picture.
Thank you. Bob, you get the last word.
So very, very quickly, in reverse order, Germany, unfortunately, is not a good microcosm of the world in terms of attitudes toward multilateral institutions. You'd find a very different set of attitudes in the United States, China, India, Brazil, almost everywhere else. And you shouldn't believe public opinion polls in China about what they feel about democracy, which is not a concept they've experienced or a practice they've experienced. Mikhail's a very good friend of mine, but I'd be very skeptical about generalizing any of those findings. On the ambivalence about grand theory and issues of power, power is the paper on which political scientists write. Power is always there for us. That's what we are in touch with most, structures of power. That's the parchment, the paper on which this presentation was written. So it's there. It's pervasive. On the question from Erica Leveth on South Africa, a little more on that. First, we are seeing a reversal of Huntington's third wave of democracy. And we're seeing it partly because the absurd enthusiasm about democratization, largely politically driven in the United States in the wake of the Cold War, was unsustainable and naive. And any good political scientist knew that, because it assumed that this minimal notion, I think Cheryl's talking about, that democracy is the ballot box and who cares what cultural or attitudinal preconditions are missing. That's just nonsense. So it's entirely predictable that this third wave would come to a crashing decline. But I'm going to end on a more optimistic note. Huntington had 3 waves. There will be a 4th wave. Democracy is a universal ideal. There is a sense in which people do naturally come to it. They can't execute it well. It gets in their prejudices get in their way, their leaders get in their way, the lack of infrastructure gets in their way, so they fail again and again. Of course, the U.S. is so successful in Congress, we fail utterly right now in democracy. So it's hard to execute, but the ideal comes back, and it'll come back again.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all speakers. And before you all go to the cocktail party, which you have very much earned, Joseph Weiler wants to say a few words.
So one lesson, important lesson I take from today's proceedings is that 3 coffee lines are better than 1 coffee line. Note for the future. I want to say something about tomorrow's panels. So I talked about trade-offs. We had hundreds of proposals for papers and for panels. And we ended up with the program, and we walked into it with totally open eyes, with 3 sessions of 20 panels each. We could have had 3 sessions of 10 panels or 3 sessions of 5 panels. But it was not only because we were hesitant and it was difficult to make choices. We wanted in this inaugural meeting of the Society to be as inclusive as possible. The trade-off is that there will be a very uneven distribution tomorrow in the panels. At one extreme, there might be panels where basically the panelists are talking to each other. And that's not such a bad thing. I would love to have a possibility of presenting a paper with 3 very serious interlocutors who are thinking about the same thing. And we might have panels where it's more like a sort of conference presentation, where much more limited discussion because a bigger audience, etc. So I just wanted to share with you that was the trade-off that we made. That's how we went, the final decision that we took in terms of that trade-off. And the one plea I make is really to be disciplined. So if there are 4 or 5 members of the panel, not to say I will be very brief and then be very long, not to say, do I have a few more minutes when you know that you've already passed all the minutes you had, and okay, I'll take 3 more minutes and take 6 more minutes. Let's be disciplined in the interest of, it's a zero-sum game. The more I talk, the less somebody else does. Tomorrow evening in the last plenary, I will report to you about the discussions that the Pro Tem Organizing Committee of the Society will have this evening, and I will also tell you about our plans for publication of the papers in various fora. Thank you very much, and may the best team win between the United States and Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the cocktail reception downstairs in Sala d'Arme. The conference will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the University of Florence in Novoli. If you need any assistance regarding logistics, please do not hesitate to contact the help desk downstairs. Just one announcement that participants of panel number 40, Juma Sen, Mital Pinto, and Hillel Somer, could you please just come here near the stage? And thank you so much for today's panel sessions, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.